Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Natrona County high school senior trying to launch a Turning Point USA Club America chapter believes her school. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Green River City Council has voted unanimously to abolish the use of a gas chamber for animal euthanasia, leaving just one known town in the United States to continue using the controversial practice. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the vote to use a different method of euthanasia was hailed by animal rights advocates.
Moving forward, the town is going to agree not to euthanize animals using the gas chamber and instead lean on more humane methods such as lethal injection. Advocates say, however, that sometimes these lethal injections are a little more hazardous for veterinary workers who have to have direct contact with an animal instead of being behind a barrier, such as in the situation of a gas chamber. I was also told that sometimes these gas chambers are easier on a worker's mental health because they don't have to be directly involved in the process.
Now, the only other town in America still using a gas chamber to euthanize animals is Evanston, Wyoming. In what started as an administrative rule discussion Wednesday in the State Building Commission, Secretary of State Chuck Gray reopened old criticisms against Governor Mark Gordon. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor was ready to rebut some of Gray's claims, and State Treasurer Kurt Meyer announced that he is sick of Gray's interruptions.
The governor seemed like he was expecting to get grief over a past veto letter, and he whipped out a physical copy of the letter and said, maybe you'd like to read this. And that was when Treasurer Kurt Meyer was like, the secretary is always using these meetings to make political points and pontificate.
The initial discussion was on a rule changing requiring Wyoming agencies to endeavor to negotiate concealed carry permissions with private landlords whose buildings they lease. The Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation is looking for a rare set of all-terrain vehicle tires matching a tread pattern left in a field, hoping it can help them solve a cold case murder of a Cheyenne mother more than 22 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke explains how these tires could help crack this case wide open.
They believe they're of this certain brand that they've been looking for, but they haven't been able to find the brand because it's no longer manufactured. One thing that's good about this is the tire is so rare that when they get it and they're able to confirm it, they'll be able to narrow the list of possible vehicles down.
The badly beaten body of Shawnee Lee Smith, who was 32 at the time, was discovered just a quarter mile from the Wyoming border. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Sometimes accidentally flipping a letter can stir up a whole lot of controversy. During the annual Banned Books Week at Kelly Walsh High School in Casper, someone taped a message in blood-red dripping letters on the library window that read, "Banned books lust won't stay buried." Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck looked into the meaning of the sentence and found it's much ado about nothing.
And it turns out that the school district said that the J was accidentally flipped and it should have said banned books just can't stay buried. And so there are books that school parents don't want the school district to buy because they don't want their tax money going to these explicit materials.
Natrona County District spokeswoman Tanya Sutherland says the intended and corrected message is banned books just won't stay buried. Former Executive Library Director Terry Leslie sued Campbell County and a private family after she was ousted from her job. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Leslie claimed in her suit that certain commissioners and library board members violated federal employment discrimination laws and retaliated against Leslie for her alliance with LGBTQ causes.
First, Leslie sued a local family, the Bennetts, and that case is still ongoing. And they didn't match perfectly, but they did have a law in common where Leslie invoked the KKK Act, basically saying that she was being discriminated against for advocating for a protected class. The judge kind of introduced what we could call a modernized reading of that, saying, oh, this law protects LGBTQ advocates. Very novel reading of this old law.
Campbell County now has a month to get Leslie the $700,000, and the current and former county officials won't admit any wrongdoing. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
Ready!
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday, October 9. Green River is getting rid of its gas chamber for pets, for domestic animals. That leaves just one gas chamber left in the whole U.S. It's in Evanston. We're looking at you, Uinta County. Kurt Meyer, state treasurer, finally had it with Chuck Gray, the Secretary of State, as the secretary was using a meeting to get after Governor Mark Gordon, and finally Meyer had to intervene and say, you're wasting everybody's time. Campbell County is going to pay $700,000 to Terry Leslie, the librarian who brought a lawsuit saying she should not have been fired for stocking books at the library that were questionable. F.E. Warren Air Force Base, here we go again. Another week, another mysterious death. They're going to run out of airmen at F.E. Warren Air Force Base. You couldn't have more casualties if we were in actual conflict with another nation. This marks the 5th. As far as anyone who's keeping track or counting, oops, spelling is important, kids. Dal Killingback's story about the Natrona County School District. Oops, is it lost or just? The message on a library. Libraries are not a forgotten place anymore. Libraries are very much in the news lately. Fired librarians walking away with bags of money. Library message on the front window being misinterpreted. These libraries, man. Casper, sunny, 77 today. Sunny in Riverton, 72 the high. Evanston, maybe a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, you're looking at 71. Green River, mostly sunny, breezy, 74 today. Pinedale, sunny, 67. Alpine, sunshine, 74. DuBois, sunny and 65 today. Jackson, sunny, breezy, 72. Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, you'll be sunny and 75. Cody, sunny, 73. Beautiful, perfect day. Buffalo, just about perfect, 72, sunny. Sheridan, 76, sunshine. Gillette, you're looking at sunny and 75. Joe Nichols country song. Newcastle, same. Torrington, a little patchy fog in the morning, otherwise sunshine, and the highest temp in the state, 84 today in Newcastle, 81 and sunny in Douglas. Cheyenne, sunshine, 78 today. Clouds on the increase in Laramie with high 71. Sunny in Rawlins with a high 70. The cat's crying for breakfast, but it's going to have to wait. Yeah, you're going to have to wait, kitty cat. That's the resident studio cat that is now enjoying a 1-year anniversary in this studio, in this location. This cat is just a half wild feral barn cat from the ranch across the highway. Showed up about this time last year, maybe August, actually. But about this time last year, it was evident that the cat had adopted me and Cowboy State Daily. It's the Cowboy State Daily mascot. Noisy cat. Come here. You want to be on the TV? No, he don't. Yeah, we're going to have to take a early break. Go feed said cat. Stories we're getting to, as I highlighted, and many special guests today. Oh, I'm so excited. Here's who we're going to have on today. Get ready. Justin Talen's going to be here. He's the guy, the founder of Pacific Rex. He's the guy who has made it his life's mission, basically, to find out more about lost planes, lost ships during World War II in the Pacific Theater. And it's incredible what he's able to find out. PacificRex.com, his nonprofit database. And he helped solve a decades-old mystery about the disappearance of a Wyoming man. Went on a bombing mission, was never heard from again. He and his crew. What happened to them? Were they shot down? Did they have to emergency land? The plane was discovered. The B-17 was discovered recently. And an age-old mystery is solved thanks to Justin Talen. We'll have him on along with family members of a serviceman and airman who was thought lost, and Justin Talen solved that case. So incredible. He's going to be fun. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder will be in. She's going to talk about all things education. We're going to wrap with Tristan Scott. He's the inventor of that daylight screen, the daylight computer that Joe Rogan was raving about. Joe Rogan is got a podcast that's only slightly more popular than this one. But this is Joe Rogan's intellectual comment on this revolutionary tablet that has a screen that's not your old-fashioned CRT. This screen doesn't disrupt your circadian rhythms. It doesn't mess with your sleep mode. It's good for your eyes. The Daylight DC-1 tablet. A Wyoming guy kind of invented it along with help from Anjan. This Wyoming guy is going to be on the show. Tristan Scott. He's the head of marketing for Daylight Computer. His Daylight DC-1 tablet was given to Joe Rogan when Tristan was on the show. Rogan took a look at it, and in his great intellectual response was, yeah, I like this. It doesn't F with your eyes. Only he didn't use F. He used the real word. We don't work that way on this podcast, but yeah, that was, and just from, the Joe Rogan experience so popular, just from that, sales started soaring. I think demands for the Daylight Computer, which is Wyoming based. Tristan's looking to bring his operation to Lander, but he's a Wyoming guy. So that's pretty exciting. He'll be on the show. Oh, and the guy who runs the state, the governor, he'll be on. Governor Mark Gordon will stop in. He'll talk about a couple of things. And it's an Ask Abby Thursday. So, I mean, what more could you want? We are jam-packed here with excitement. I hear you, and we're getting there. We will get to your demands. This cat is Siamese in nature, and of course, if you know anything about felines, Siamese love to talk. Very vocal. Use your words, kitty cat. He does a lot. This day in history's got so many cool things to it, really interesting things, and then of course, nationwide news. There's always something bizarre and weird. We're also going to look at celebrity tippers. Who tips? Who doesn't? And could you guess? If I told you the celebrity, could you say, oh, I bet that person's very generous tipping, or I bet that person is really difficult and then doesn't tip? I'm fascinated by those lists, those tell-all websites and lists where servers in the industry talk about regulars or people they've served at a restaurant that are of celebrity status and whether they were real people, whether they were even nice to wait on, or definitely whether they tipped. You tell a lot about a person by what they leave as a tip. Yeah, I'm excited to do that. And I got 2 instances of I told you so. 2 times I said it, then it happened. You people have no idea how lucky you are to be subject to listening to me for 4 hours a day. Listen up, you might learn something. Beartooth Pass, Highway 212. It was snowed under the other day, like a foot of snow. And authorities said YDOT and whatever Montana's dot is, MonDOT, MDOT, the 2 highway departments along with Yellowstone, they're trying to clear Beartooth Pass. And I'm thinking, why? It was scheduled for season-ending closure on October 15th, like in a week from now. So they closed that pass, Beartooth Pass, last Friday at noon, anticipating snow. And sure enough, they got it, 8, 10, 12 inches. And then they got busy plowing it. And I'm thinking, why are they plowing it open for 1 more week? Just call it. Call it. What'd I say? That's what they did. They plowed some of it. And then I think things broke down with the Wyoming side. I don't mean the plows broke down. And when it came to Wyoming's side of doing it, and this is kind of on the Montana-Wyoming border, on the border of the 2 states, this highway, this Beartooth Pass. And Montana, I think, did their end. And then Wyoming's like, oh, this is really hard. What are we doing? Wyoming had to have the good sense, I'm pretty sure. Wyoming said, this is stupid. We're only going to close it in another week. Why don't we just pack up and go home? Exactly. What'd I say? What'd I say about Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House? Is that who he is, Speaker of the House? I don't even know. I don't know all these political. Yeah, he's Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He chimed in on the whole Bad Bunny debate, and he said he's like, Bad Bunny, that's a bad booking for the Super Bowl. Nobody knows who he is. He's a nobody. Why don't we get somebody everybody knows, like, and then he mentioned 87-year-old Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood. Or sorry, 82. I'm aging Lee a little too advanced. So, yeah, let's look at who's more popular. Bad Bunny by the metrics. If you look at, I don't know, Spotify, download, Spotify listeners, what are they listening to? 79 million listens last month for Bad Bunny. 79 million. That makes him 12th most popular music artist in the world. Nobody knows who Bad Bunny is. 12th most popular in the world. Americans sometimes need to get out of their comfort zone. And here in Wyoming, certainly there's a lot of people who don't know Bad Bunny. You got to get out once in a while. He is insanely popular. And Lee Greenwood, if you ask the average Parisian or anyone else, who's Lee Greenwood? 82-year-old guy with one bad song about America. Told you. I told you so. I gave Mike Johnson some crap for not knowing, for bad mouth and Bad Bunny, for being bad to the bunny. And I made I got jokey about his suggestion we should get somebody really popular like Lee Greenwood. And I'm not the only one laughing at him. BuzzFeed has this story. It just proves how disconnected these people are from most Americans. That's the headline. Mike Johnson getting dragged online for his response to the Bad Bunny headlining Super Bowl. Yes, I hear you. More insistent meowing will not help the cause. All right, I got to take a break, feed breakfast to this animal who's running the show today. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Remember that Turkish gunslinger that was in the Olympics and he won like the shooting thing? That dude He's my spirit animal. The Paris Olympics, and they had the competition where the 2025 European Champions competition in Istanbul just took place, by the way. And that Turkish shooter was there. This is a sport, which amazes me. The marksmanship. I don't even know what the sport is called. Shooting. Shooting championships. And Yusuf Dikek, and I'm sure that's not how you pronounce his name. He was the guy who showed up at the Olympics, the Paris Olympics, and went viral for, I don't think he won the gold, but I think he medaled. I think he took a silver or bronze. He medaled in some fashion without really trying. I mean, he brought back the ethos that, he disproved the saying success doesn't come with hands in your pockets. Yes, it does. He had no protective. Everybody else in the competition, in the shooting competition in the Olympics, remember? They're all professional looking. They had shooting goggles. They had ear protection. They had braces on their arms for the recoil. They were all geared up. Dykett comes in, 52-year-old, and he's got nothing. He's in a T-shirt that says Turkey, and he's got his hand in his pocket. He doesn't even use two hands. I don't know if you're allowed to use two hands. Maybe not. And he's got one hand shooting and the other hand in his pocket. He totally Clint Eastwood's the Olympic shooting competition and wins. Well, he won a medal. I think he got second. Here he is. I'm showing a picture of him. If you can remember, the 50-year-old Turkish shooter. He's now 52, and he's still at it. This is the reason I mentioned him. I didn't just remember. He's still at it. The retired Turkish gendarmerie officer. Turkey's oldest Olympic medalist, by the way, 51 years old when he won his medal. It doesn't say in the story what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was not gold. But he did medal. He just brought home the 2025 European Champions League Championship. It just took place in Istanbul, and he won the whole thing. Brought home gold. Doing the same style, his devil-may-care attitude. I love this guy. He is the coolest Olympian of all time. Who has got that kind of swagger? It's just, I can't be bothered kind of ethos. He's got a T-shirt, regular glass, no fancy gear, just total chill, hand in pocket, and bam, bullseye. Love it. Way to go, Dykik. Way to go, Yusuf. Winning more medals with his one-handed shooting. If we could all just be more like this Turkish shooter. Chill out and excel in a less, I don't know. Jackson Walker, I didn't know this. Every time Jackson writes a story, I feel like I learn stuff. Jackson Walker, I did not know these things about gas chambers. I didn't know there were no more gas chambers used to euthanize pets. That's a thing of the past, apparently. People don't like them. People are very anti-gas chambers to euthanize pets. Now, pets still get euthanized in animal shelters across the country. There are too many pets. You can blame breeders for that, I guess. I don't know. I'm anti-breeder, but I don't want to infringe on your right to breed. if you want to breed dogs and sell the puppies in the classifieds, that's your gig. That's your side gig, or maybe it's your main job. I don't know. I think it just adds to the problem of too many unwanted pets. But some people want that certain designer dog. Some people want that purebred something. But I don't like the whole idea of it. The whole idea of keeping your bitch and having her constantly in heat, constantly pregnant, just pumping out puppies. It'd be a puppy mill. That's not fair. That's not a way an animal should have to live. So anyway, I'm anti-breeding, but only because there are too many animals out there. Like stray cats just walk into your house and all of a sudden adopt you. And shelters are overcrowded. And yes, sometimes animals have to be put down because of overcrowding, because of end of life instances. And so these gas chambers, I didn't realize were no longer used. I guess I could have surmised that they're no longer in fashion. Obviously, they conjure images and memories of the great genocide, the extermination of Jews by the Nazis. That's a bad memory. They're also, I don't know how efficient they are at actually like killing an animal. It has to breathe in gas or something, and then it probably chokes out. I mean, it's just does not sound like a humane way to off an animal. In fact, Nicole Meyer, and yes, be careful, she's with PETA, and I know what we think about PETA. They're the ones trying to get rodeo shut down, people for the ethical treatment of animals, but they do have their heart in the right place. Spokesperson for PETA wrote in an email saying the gas chamber is a terrifying, painful, and immensely cruel way to be killed. I agree. I think I've never gone through it. Animals in shelters, many of whom have been already abused and neglected, deserve a painless, peaceful, and dignified exit from a world that has, in so many cases, betrayed them. Well said, Nicole Meyer for PETA. You won't hear me say that too often, giving PETA praise, but she's got it right. Yeah, the gas chamber is old tool that should be retired. So I didn't know there was even still gas chambers in use. I didn't realize people hated them, although I could imagine why they would. And I certainly didn't know that the last presumed gas chamber in use to euthanize pets is in Wyoming, right next door from Green River, right down the road there in Evanston. So the final two gas chambers to euthanize pets were in Wyoming. Didn't know that. There had been a previous one in Poplar Bluffs, Missouri that used a gas chamber, but they discontinued theirs in 2024, leaving Wyoming's Green River Animal Control and this Evanston outfit as the only two places that still use the gas chamber. And when you think about gas chamber, it's not like, I think about a big room where everybody goes in and then the gas comes in through the ceiling or something. Like, I must have watched too many movies. In this case, it's a very small box. I'll share the photo with you. You can see the photo in the story from Jackson Walker in the Cowboy State Daily. It's like a smaller oven-sized box. Ugh, just gruesome. And then gas is put in there. Now, the reason you'd use those is, first and foremost, it disconnects the shelter personnel, the shelter staff from the death scene, which I get it. Like, if you work in an animal shelter, the toughest thing you have to do is put down animals. That's not easy on any of us who own pets, who've had pets. And to have physical contact with them when you inject whatever it is that euthanizes animals, that's tough. So to put them in the box, turn a dial, and then walk away is easier on your emotional state. Definitely. Could also be safer. The animal may thrash around if you have to have contact with it. I get why it's used. I get why it's considered a little bit easier. But it does not sound humane at all. The vote, it was a vote of the Green River City Council. They made the call, and it was a 7-0 vote. All 7 city council members said, we don't need this gas chamber anymore. Councilwoman Jessica Mazer called the decision a positive thing for our community. She said it was made clear to us it was the correct decision. In other words, she heard from constituents. She heard from people in Green River. Do away with the gas chamber, etc. And Green River City Councilman Ron Williams also said it was the right call. Williams said he was surprised to find that Green River was one of the 2 remaining places in all the United States that still used one. Williams said, it's like, seriously, we're that backwards around here? I was happy to see us go that way, this way, meaning getting rid of the gas chamber. He said he got more than a few really radical emails over the last few months when this was put on the agenda. He said people called us Nazis. They called us genocide. He said all kinds of names. He said some of the emails were pretty ugly. And they had a nickname for the mayor, Gas Chamber Pete. That's not fair. Pete Rust is the mayor. We've talked to him on this show. He's a good guy. Pete Rust acknowledged, we got some emails that were not too nice. But yeah, they made the call. 7-0 vote. Jackson Walker alerts us to the fact that Green River decides to get rid of the gas chamber to euthanize pets. That leaves just Evanston. What you say, Evanston? Calls to the Evanston shelter were not returned. Kurt Meyer had to interject. Treasurer Kurt Meyer, I think, from my observations, is a pretty quiet guy. I've had him on the show. I've had all 5 members of the Land Loan Board, State Land Loan Board, whatever it's called. And of the 5 top electeds in the state, you got Governor Mark Gordon, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. Degenfelder and Gordon will be on the show today again. Just a reminder. They'll be on this morning. You got Treasurer Kurt Meyer and Auditor Christy Racines. Of those 5, Meyer, the treasurer, is like the least outspoken, in my opinion. He's interviewing him, it's hard to get anything out. He's a numbers guy. He's the state treasurer. He's a bean counter. He's an accountant. He's not the most outspoken dude in the whole world. And for Kurt Meyer to finally just object and say, I am sick of Secretary Gray constantly pontificating and getting us off track in this meeting. That's just a paraphrase of what Meyer said at the meeting the other day, that was attended by, I think Steve Bonell was there. Claire McFarland's also bylined in this story. It was a discussion yesterday in the State Building Commission. Secretary of State Chuck Gray reopened old criticisms of Mark Gordon. Gordon rebutted, defended himself a little bit, and then finally State Treasurer Kurt Meyer just announced that he's sick of it. The three men's voice elevated into something between a snap and a shout, as reported by Cowboy State Daily. Gray accused the governor of lying. The treasurer said Gray was using the committee's work as a political platform. I'm not surprised. We had Chuck on yesterday or the day before to talk. Secretary of State Chuck Gray and Governor Mark Gordon are certainly not BFFs. In fact, if you talk to Secretary Gray for any amount of time, meaning minimum 30 seconds, he will bring up Governor Gordon every time, no matter what the topic. So I can see Treasurer Meyer's frustration when whatever the task at hand sort of side rails into a discussion of Mark Gordon. If you ask Secretary Gray, how was your Thanksgiving? He would probably respond, well, the turkey was great, and, the mashed potatoes was great. The football games were okay. And then, Governor Gordon just ruined the whole thing with his woke wind campaign. He'll just introduce it. The roughest segue of all time. It's just Governor Gordon gets in the conversation. And I can see how it is constantly happening whenever all these five electeds get together and discuss anything. Gray is going to go there. And the governor didn't appreciate it, apparently, the other day. And finally, the treasurer had to just intervene. Gordon said, quote, at some point during these proceedings, Mr. Secretary, I want to say how much I appreciated you bringing up at every occasion the 24 bill. This is a bill the governor did not sign. We're talking about gun-free zones. And then the discussion went on. The governor asked Secretary Gray, he said, here's the letter, meaning the letter Gordon wrote when he vetoed a certain aspect of the gun-free zone. He vetoed the bill. He said, here's my actual veto letter. I don't mention anything in here that says we, the state, are against gun-free zones. Here it is. He was ready. He had it ready to go. Gray responded, I remember the letter. He said it's a classic example of many of the tactics insiders use to try to prevent bills from going through. How on earth does getting rid of gun-free zones impinge on the separation of powers? Gray said. Gordon finally had enough. He's like, what else would you like to argue about? And then Meyer grew exasperated. He's like, this forum is here about the doing business of this committee. It's not here to have a stage for the secretary every time this topic comes up. That must have been fun to be at that meeting. Gordon kept trying to get back on topic. Secretary of Gray kept raising his voice, saying he wanted to respond to Meyer's false statements. Gordon said, you will be respectful. And finally, it took the adult in the room, Megan Degenfelder, to call for a vote. Good for you, Megan. I could just see her watching these three guys argue. And then Degenfelder says, I motion we vote. I call for a vote. Discussion time is over. Playtime is over. I call for the vote. Thank goodness. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder, bringing sense to the world, and we'll have her on the show today in just a bit. Just a little bit later. What else is going on? Well, we got to take a break. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to get back, talk about the Campbell County. They've got a pony up, or some insurance company does. They owe former library director Terry Leslie $700,000. They have a month to pay. We'll tell you how that came about right after this quick break in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Looking for a Saturday morning show that's not your typical news talk? Join your buddy Bags, John Baggett, for Cowboy State Daily Radio, where things get a little wild, a little weird, and a whole lot of fun. From 6 to 10 a.m., Bags dives into everything from radio to rodeo, teachers to preachers, music to media, sports to the supernatural. You'll hear interviews with newsmakers, entertainers, experts, and maybe even a few oddballs. It's less politics, more personality, sometimes serious, sometimes silly, always interesting. Text, call, or email your thoughts live at 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the show live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X. And if you sleep in, no worries. You can listen anytime on the Cowboy State Daily Radio archives. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Getting to more news of the day, let's talk about the Campbell County. Named in a lawsuit, the county was, by former library director Terry Leslie. We've been following the story of the Cowboy State Daily. You're probably familiar. Terry Leslie had she had LGBTQ-friendly books and events. She would have LGBTQ month, for instance, and she would have some books on the shelves that made some parents uncomfortable with the LGBTQ and just sexual in nature. Terry Leslie was dismissed from her job as curator of the library director. And she immediately launched a lawsuit against the county for firing her. She also sued a family, the Bennetts, which were kind of led the charge against the library director, Leslie. As far as the lawsuit against the county, that's been settled, we're hearing from Claire McFarland. Campbell County has agreed to pay $700,000 to the ousted library director in a settlement case. Both sides will just walk away. Leslie was $700,000, and the county not having to admit any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, that lawsuit against the Bennetts is still in play. That's a Gillette area family, Hugh, Susan, Kevin Bennett. The lawsuit from the library director, Leslie, originally sued the family for defamation, but has since exchanged her defamation claim for tort of injurious falsehoods, cause of action, whatever that is. The Bennetts have been among the community's harshest critics of Leslie, accusing her of promoting pornography. They asked the local sheriff to investigate her for disseminating obscenity. And this is all over a few choice selections you can find at the Campbell County Library, or could. I don't know if they're still there now that Leslie's gone. But during her term as director, you could find these books, including How Do You Make a Baby? The book also includes animated human beings in full-on sex acts with their genitalia exposed. Another book the Bennetts called problematic was a book called Sex is a Funny Word, which depicts a cartoon character, age 8.5, masturbating in a bathtub. Do the Bennetts have a point? Does ex-library director Terry Leslie have a case? That lawsuit is ongoing, but news that the one against the county has been settled for $700,000. Also, Claire McFarland's story of yet another unexplained, mysterious, weird death at F.E. Warren Air Force Base. Yet another. Every time I see the headline, F.E. Warren Airman found dead, let's say, I have to double, triple, quadruple check to see if Claire is just not restating an old story. Like, oh, maybe there's new details in that old case of the airman found dead. Nope, it's not their airman found dead. It's not that airman found dead. It's not even that way. It's the fifth. Now, there's been 4 incidents. One involved just, beer drinking, beer pong during the Super Bowl kind of thing, frat party stuff at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. This was off base, though, but it still involves members of the Mighty 90. The 90th, I don't know what kind of frat house they're running over there. It's Animal House. It's not even funny. People are dying. Like getting shot accidentally, intentionally, goofing around. I don't know. There's another one dead. We don't know if it's whether a weapon was involved or not. We don't know much because when this happens in the military, it's a whole different ball game. The Air Force is not obliged to share information with media as maybe other law enforcement is. I'll just say this. The county coroner, the Laramie County coroner, Rebecca Reed, she should just buy an apartment close to the base because that's where most of her work has taken her lately. Rebecca Reed, yet again, had to attend to another body from the 90th Missile Wing. That's where the airman was assigned, found dead on base in an incident that is under investigation by the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Wow, that gives me great relief. They're on it. An active duty airman assigned to the Air Force Base in Cheyenne found dead yesterday morning. This is now, by our count, 5th death involving somebody from the 90th, and waiting to see whether it involves a firearm. The 4 prior deaths all involve some kind of gunplay, firearm. These airmen who are just young, anymore, these airmen are just young, dumb kids, 21, 22-year-olds who don't know any better. They happen to be wearing a uniform. They happen to be under the employ of Uncle Sam in the United States Air Force, which I thought had a little more pride than to allow this kind of stuff to happen. I've been critical of the guy running the show there, but I found out that he's only been in there for like 3 months. The top bird at this base, the 90th. I think he just got assigned, so he kind of came on in the middle of all this. Colonel Terrence Holmes, he is the 90th Missile Wing Commander. I mean, the buck stops with Colonel Holmes. He runs the mighty 90. And he has, I think, for the last 3 months or so, and many of these prior incidents happened before he got there. But still, I mean, cleanup needs to be done at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. They got to figure something out here, because these young punks are shooting each other. I mean, it's like, I don't even know what's worse, being in the U.S. Air Force or being in a gang. Which occupation, which activity is likely to get you lead poisoning more? Being in a gang in Compton or being in the mighty 90? What's your probability of being shot? Kind of equal from what I've seen. 5th death at the base in the last, I don't know, year. Claire McFarland knows. She wrote the story. It's just frustrating and sad. Terrible. This reminds me that there's maybe 3 movies ever made that I quote all the time. It's the only 3 movies you ever need. The one where Bruce Willis has to go drill a hole into the asteroid and blow it up so it doesn't hit Earth. That movie, I can think of many reasons why we have to refer back to that movie. Almost weekly. Almost as often as they find a body in the F.E. Warren Air Force Base do I refer to that movie where Bruce Willis saves the world. And the other one is the 2 Utes. My Cousin Vinny. That movie comes up all the time. This story reminds me of My Cousin Vinny. DCI is hunting for a pair of tire tracks and the tires that made those tracks. Shawnee Lee Smith, 32-year-old, when she was found dead, beaten, back in 2003, the only clues to go on anymore for the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the only clues are tire tracks left at the scene, a la My Cousin Vinny. And the case is solved by Vinny's Italian girlfriend, who's like way too young for him. But I digress. And she is she's like a mechanic genius, and she knows about posi traction and the tire tracks. So the tire tracks were like, broke the case wide open. Tire tracks here could also potentially break the case wide open. Evidence collected at the crime scene indicates the killer's vehicle may have been equipped with Sport King AT steel radial tires. Why is that important? Well, they're no longer manufactured and they're fairly scarce. So if you find a set, chances are that's the killer. If you're rocking the Sport King AT steel radical tires, you're likely a killer. So they're looking, it reminds me of that movie. It's like the same thing. Again, every story refers back to My Cousin Vinny, I think. We'll talk about that story from Scott concerning Shawnee Lee Smith, killed back in 2003 in Weld County, Colorado, right? Near the border of Wyoming. And could tire tracks solve the case? Top of the hour news next. We'll be back after that. Stay with us. Cowboy State Daily Radio Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. What started as a treasure hunt for uranium in the Pine Ridge area of the Powder River Basin is now giving Wyoming a larger footprint in the nuclear industry. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison explains how Wyoming fits into Snow Lake Resources' plans.
Even as you consolidate and really ramp up uranium production in Wyoming, there's still a long journey that uranium has to take in order to make it from the mine to the nuclear reactor. Now, it's possible that uranium could come back to Wyoming and maybe go to a manufacturing facility in Gillette.
Snow Lake Resources out of Canada is a uranium exploration and development company that focuses on uranium mining and fuel development. Two Wyomingites who served in the military are reacting to U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's address to an assembly of military leaders last week in Virginia, where he spoke on the department's goals amid what he is calling a growing moment of urgency for the United States. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that both former military members have strong opinions of Secretary Hegseth's speech.
I spoke to Keith Harrower, who was a Green Beret, and I spoke to Gail Simmons, who was in the Navy. And they both had really long service careers, and they both had a lot to say about Hegseth's comments. Now, Simmons, being one of the first female members of the Navy to serve on a ship, she said that she had to fight through a lot of hardship during her time in the military, and therefore really benefited from some of these inclusion programs. However, on the other side, Harrower said that he was directly responsible for overseeing DEI during his time in the military, and said that while it was well-intentioned, the idea didn't necessarily manifest in the way that military leaders expected.
Hegseth traveled to Quantico, Virginia, where he delivered remarks concerning the Department of Defense being made into a, quote, woke department by Washington, D.C. political leaders. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The Green River City Council has voted unanimously to abolish the use of a gas chamber for animal euthanasia. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the vote to use a different method of euthanasia was hailed by animal rights advocates.
Moving forward, the town is going to agree not to euthanize animals using the gas chamber and instead lean on more humane methods such as lethal injection. Advocates say, however, that sometimes these lethal injections are a little more hazardous for veterinary workers. I was also told that sometimes these gas chambers are easier on a worker's mental health because they don't have to be directly involved in the process.
Now, the only other town in America still using a gas chamber to euthanize pets is Evanston, Wyoming. In what started as an administrative rule discussion Wednesday in the State Building Commission, Secretary of State Chuck Gray reopened old criticisms against Governor Mark Gordon. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor was ready to rebut some of Gray's claims. And State Treasurer Kurt Meyer announced that he's sick of Gray's interruptions.
The governor seemed like he was expecting to get grief over a past veto letter, and he whipped out a physical copy of the letter and said, maybe you'd like to read this.
The initial discussion was on a rule change requiring Wyoming agencies to endeavor to negotiate concealed carry permissions with private landlords whose buildings they lease. And a digital revolution in deer hunting is sweeping eastern states, with hunters being given the option to report their kills and even tag deer through smartphone apps. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that although many things are moving to digital, it's not coming to Wyoming anytime soon.
Everything is going to our phones. And back east, they're increasingly doing that with hunting. Hunters can check their deer in. New York State, they're taking that even a step further to where you can actually tag your deer electronically. You don't even need to carry a paper hunting license anymore. So I did reach out to our Wyoming Game and Fish Department and ask them if they're planning on doing this, and the answer is don't hold your breath.
The digital expansion into the hunting world is just the latest area where everyday licensing requirements are moving to mobile and digital mediums, including airline ticketing and even driver's licenses in states like Colorado. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday, rolling along, and we welcome into the discussion Justin Talon. That's Pacific Rex. We sort of talked about what we'd be talking about earlier this morning. We also have, well, an overcrowded Zoom room. I'm warning all y'all now that our Zoom room is not designed to accommodate this many people. So when I click in, we're going to see what happens. I'm anticipating total disaster. Let's see. Well, it's not too bad. I have Justin's, half of Justin. To you all, it'll look normal, but to the broadcast, the video portion of the broadcast, it'll look a little weird. We have Joanna with us. I can see that, Joanna Howard. We have Justin, and we have Carl's iPad, which I don't know who that is. So let's everybody chime in. Tell me who you are, and then I'll tell everybody who you are, why it's important, and what Justin's doing with Pacific Rex, and how we are solving decades-old World War II mysteries about lost ships, lost planes, and more important, lost servicemen and women. So, yeah, who wants to start? So I think we have Joanna Howard. We have Crystal. Is that you? Crystal is Carl. Okay, I'm going to remember that. We have Justin. So, Justin, why don't you start out and just give us a little background as to who you are, what you do. Researcher, history investigator, and the founder of the nonprofit PacificRex.com. You can see PacificRex.com, sort of the database that started out as just, I think, a school project. And next thing you know, Justin's onto something. Like, he is making meaningful, impactful discoveries. Justin, how did you get started? What are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, Montana. What can I say? Glad to be here. Thank you, Cowboy Daily, for having us. My name is Justin Talon. I'm the founder and director of Pacific Rex. It's a website, pacificrex.com, and it's devoted really to the living legacy of World War II across the Asia-Pacific region. And although that sounds like a very obscure topic, as you'll hear today, it's connected all of us together, Joanne and Crystal, through their Missing in Action, MIA relative. And the reason that I'm here speaking to you today is because very recently a plane crash was discovered in a distant country halfway across the world called Papua New Guinea. And that aircraft was a bomber from World War II, a B-17 Flying Fortress. And their relative was one of the crew members. So after the site was located, I visited it, documented it, and began a search to try to locate family members. So without further ado, I think you should talk to them and hear more about their side of the story.
All right. I would like to do that. First, I just want to I want to fit, and somebody's making a lot of background noise over there, so you'll even have to mute or I got a cat that makes a lot of noise, Joanna, so it could be me on any given Zoom, believe me. So I want to, before we say who these people are, I want to just understand better, Justin, the story in Cowboy State Daily involved one lost airman who is not the one we're talking about. You just happened to be working on this in Papua New Guinea when you found out about this other one, and that started the whole thing. But in this case, this was your original intent was to find out what happened to the B-17, what happened to Sergeant Marion Taylor of Montana, Billings and Butte, Montana.
Correct. Yes. Last week, there was an article in the paper by David Madison. I'm very grateful for his excellent coverage.
Right.
And he told the story about this discovery, so I'd encourage anybody to check that out, that article, online on the website. And yes, basically, it's not every day, but quite frequently, discoveries are made in the Asia-Pacific region of World War II planes or remains, battlefield relics from the Second World War 80 years ago. And this is sort of an ongoing history that's still evolving to this day. Everybody loves mysteries, but we are most interested in solving these mysteries. And unfortunately, in this case, it's a story about a plane wreck that has a crew of 9 Americans aboard that are missing in action to this day. So that is why this site is not just a historical artifact, it's something that impacts 9 families across the United States.
So we have a niece and a great niece of Marion Taylor who went missing in action, and we now know the story. We now have some closure. Crystal, you start. It was important. It's always important to family to know what the heck happened. You get letters from these men and women from overseas. They're so young and they're doing dangerous work. And then the letters stop. And then you heard, we don't know where he is, missing. And that is not good enough. Like you just want to finish the story. You want to know what is the story. And guys like Justin Talon find out what is the story. And tell me how important it is to know, to get some closure on Marion Taylor.
Well, I grew up with the story of Uncle Marion, Grandma and my mom and my nuclear family lived all in the same house. So we were under that cloud all the time. Grandma at one point said she didn't think he was coming back. She told Mom, we can stop waiting. He's not coming. But in the meantime, we lived our lives, and it still was this darkness over us trying to figure out. We thought that he had gone down in the ocean and never would anything be found or seen or said again. And to find that his plane on a mountain was quite a surprise. But Grandma raised Marion, and she had 5 children. She raised them almost always as a single mom because of being widowed. Uncle Marion was capable. He was just a really intelligent young man. It's hard to believe he was that young when I remember some of the things I heard he did. But Grandma and Mom, I wish they were still here because I was born in 46 and he was lost just a few years before that. But I have the letters, like you say, where Grandma had written to him and the letters returned MIA. And, just tangible things that show what happened.
Yeah, and with some conflicts, you can maybe guess MIA. You can hold out hope that maybe they're a prisoner. Maybe they will come out of this. But when they're Air Force, when they're airmen or on a ship, yes, you think the worst is they're in the ocean. They crash. They're to find something, to find the wreckage. That is something. Crystal, what do you remember of Marion? What does this mean for you?
Well, see, I don't remember him. He was killed or went down before I was born.
Okay.
So what I have are the family stories. There's one cousin who may have known him, and I'm not sure why Ted isn't in better communication. I have to follow him up. But, he and I are older than dirt, so who knows what's going to happen here. But everybody else is gone. So it's a matter of family oral history and pictures.
Yeah. And what about you, Joanna? What do you know of Marion? What does this whole story mean?
Well, I grew up crawling under my grandma's table for a while there, listening to the family tree and all the stories of my uncle. Every family reunion, the letters get brought out, his medals get brought out. And the mystery, the cousins that have gone over looking for his wreckage in the 80s will talk about it. And hearing about my grandmas and what it meant to them and seeing the photos, it's like the people even though you've never actually met them in person. I have great pride in our history, being in the war, our family. I grew up dancing with his brother in his living room, my feet on his size 15 shoes, dancing to World War II music, hearing the war stories. And that was his brother, right? And so I grew up around the World War II era because my mom had me when she was 40. So I have this, this understanding for it, I guess, that some people in my generation don't have. And it means a lot. I want to know the answers. I want to bring them home. I want that closure from my grandparents, even though they're not here to see it. And I want my children to know, all my children know how important this is. They've told their entire Civil Air Patrol squadron about it. We carry on that story. Our future generation needs to know the importance of the sacrifice.
Yeah.
And this is a way to bring that out.
And that's kind of rare, Joanna, to be like that for your generation. Isn't it amazing to think there was a generation in the World War II era where these young 20-somethings were like grown up, like grown up and defending this country and serving the country and just doing scary, death-defying things. I'm just amazed. So you did reach out. You wanted to know answers. The family wanted to know answers, the Taylors. And in the 80s, you reached out, you did things. Who went to who? How did Talon get into the picture? And how did we finally get this solved?
Yeah, how did that happen, Mom? I don't even know.
Okay. Well, I had a call from someone with the Army, the people that try to put all this information and DNA together. And that was just within the last year. So I didn't know any of this history. I didn't know why they were contacting me. At the time, we were having all sorts of deaths in the family and I was tied up. So they sent me, after I submitted my DNA, they sent me a packet with all this information. I never got to the last pages until later. I didn't know that 3 years before they had found the plane, or we probably would have stirred this pot sooner. But then I can't remember exactly how. I think Keslick contacted me first, and then it evolved into contact with Justin.
Yeah, Justin Talon, how did you happen to be in Papua New Guinea and researching this B-17 at that time? This is what you do. I mean, this is your thing now, PacificRex.com. You go all around the world, specifically, that's going to be a hard sentence, specifically in the Pacific theater where, a lot of this action happened. That's what you do. You've gone into countries, you've gotten in trouble for looking for wrecks. Like you know how to do that. That's your thing now. How did you even come to be there looking for this B-17?
Yes, well, like Crystal and Joanna, my grandfather served in the Pacific during World War II. He was in the U.S. Army. He was a combat photographer in Australia, New Guinea, and the Philippines. So like you heard them discuss their family history, I grew up with my grandfather. Telling his war stories. And in the 1990s, back in the 50th anniversary of World War II, he, like many veterans, he was 75 years old, mid-70s, still in good health, and he decided to take a trip back to the places he served. He asked his wife, he asked his son, but nobody was able to go with him, so he had his bronze medal choice, his grandson. And he took me on a trip that was amazing, and it really changed my life because I was able to travel with my own grandfather, experience things that he had seen with him. And on that trip, not only was it about reminiscing, but we saw wreckage from the war, crashed airplanes, battlefields, bomb craters, things that remained to this day. I was blown away because, of course, in our country, you don't go to a battlefield or historic site and see evidence of the war. It's in museums, it's behind glass, it has a do not touch sign. And I became captivated by this topic of what remains, who and what families were associated with this, and can their stories or the history be told. There wasn't a book on the topic, so at that time I started a new thing, which was a website, Pacific Rex, to share this information, connect with family members and so forth. And that's why I know Crystal and Joanna, and I'm very glad to meet them. And the exciting part about this work is a lot of people think history is boring. You know, when we go to school, we are made to memorize dates, take tests. It's not really well presented history. But every one of us has connections to the past. Many of us, World War II history. And when you think about your own family history and how it connects to sort of global events or world history, then history really comes alive. So it is just such a pleasure and an honor to know family members like them. And what they do for me and for Pacific Rex is share their side of a story. You can do all the research in the world in military records, squadron histories, and you never see a picture of a person. So until I connected with them, I didn't know their relative, Staff Sergeant Marion C. Taylor. They shared pictures, they shared stories, and he came alive. And in terms of a reward, that's a very satisfying thing to know the person who is aboard this airplane. And hopefully, as you heard, one day the remains of the crew may be recovered by the Department of Defense, the military, identified using DNA, and potentially the crew members of this plane, their MIA case could be solved, meaning they are no longer missing in action, they are home, and they are found.
Yeah. Incredible story from David Madison. If you want to read more, learn more, check it out. This PacificRex.com, this database by Justin Talon, it really comes alive and becomes more than just numbers and stats and faces. It becomes the real stories behind people. It's closure for some families like the Taylors who are missing Staff Sergeant Marion Taylor. And for some who didn't, unfortunately, have really traceable family left, it at least keeps memories alive. In the case of Sergeant Thomas Cotner from Casper, who you were in Papua New Guinea working on something and you heard a logging company come across a wreck and you're like, well, that's just the next island over. Let me go check that out. And you were able to solve that mystery for maybe not family, but at least the memory of Thomas Cotner. You explained how he had been on bombing missions and was probably returning from a bombing mission when that plane went down and it just shows you how remote these areas are. In New Britain Island, I mean, in the jungle, it's in the 40s, and it's not till today they even find the wreck. Unbelievable.
Absolutely, yes. This to very briefly tell the story of the mission, and by the way, Cotner, who you mentioned that the article focused on, and Taylor, they were aboard the same aircraft. A B-17 was a heavy bomber from World War II. It had 4 engines. At the time, it was one of the most advanced and high-tech weapons in the world. Probably many people have seen a B-17 in movies or documentaries, and it is one of my favorite aircraft because it was a plane that required teamwork to operate and to fly. And it was quite a beautiful airplane, very large. It had machine guns on it that gunners operated. It carried a bomb load. And at the mission that this plane was lost, it was very early in World War II, September 15th, 1942. At that stage of the war, the United States didn't have hundreds or thousands of aircraft. There were just a handful, a few squadrons. And the mission that this bomber was lost flying aboard was a night mission against a Japanese target called Rabaul. At that stage of the war, the formation was only a small number of planes, 6 or 8 was a big mission. And the plane was flying at night to avoid enemy fire. And of course, flying at night is very dangerous, not only today, but in the past. Back then, there was no GPS. Their weather forecasting was very crude and rudimentary, and this is in the tropics where it's very common that there's severe thunderstorms and bad weather, despite whatever the forecast may be. So that night, the crew of 9 aboard this bomber, including Taylor and Cotner, did a night bombing mission. And according to squadron reports, we can speculate they likely reached the target, bombed, but returning went missing. And we don't know precisely what happened, but very likely the bomber was flying in bad weather. Perhaps it had sustained damage, and it crashed into terrain, mountains on the island of New Britain. And when it was lost, that was it. The entire crew became missing in action, MIA, and there was no information about them until the discovery by a logging company cutting down trees deep in the mountains. And it actually, they discovered this airplane while building a road. And pictures of the plane came to my attention. I realized, wow, this is an American aircraft. It's a B-17 based on some of the photographs. And I realized it was very likely a plane associated with American missing in action. That's why I felt it was so important to get there. According to the local people, I was the first outsider to visit the site. And at the crash, you can identify an airplane because of the serial number. Every airplane has a unique number, a serial number. And the serial number for this airplane proves that it's the one that the crew members were aboard. So this is exciting news. Now the case is in the hands of the U.S. government. There's a agency that investigates World War II aircraft and does the identification of personnel. So we really have our fingers crossed that they work quickly and efficiently to excavate the site, recover remains, and hopefully one day you can have a follow-up to hear about more news on this site.
That's just 2 of the many cases solved, I guess, or at least we learn more about lost servicemen and women in World War II. Is fascinating. Justin Talon is the guy behind the nonprofit PacificRex.com, doing the hard work and finding out what Whatever happened to these heroes, these brave men and women like Sergeant Cotner, like Staff Sergeant Marion Taylor, whose family is with us. Thank you, Crystal and Joanna, for keeping that memory alive, and I'm glad you at least know a little bit more. These are heroes, and we'll never forget them. Thank you all for being on. We got to scoot. Have a great day. Yeah. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder with us right after this quick break.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. We're the family. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. Superintendent, you've been on tour, kinda. You've been on a world tour, or at least a Wyoming tour. Tell me about connecting industry and education forums. You've been holding them Rock Springs, Sheridan County, Campbell, Platte. You just finished up at Saratoga and Platte Valley Chamber of Commerce, I think, a couple days ago, and you still got more coming. What are you doing?
That's right. And you left out Wheatland. We were in Wheatland as well.
Wheatland!
So, with many more to come. So yes, it has been an exciting kind of tour of sorts around different communities in the state with the State Chamber of Commerce and local chambers to make sure that the work we've been, moving forward the last couple of years as it relates to job preparedness and working with business and industry and education, are we actually on the right track? And checking in with them rather than, every 4 years during a campaign. Let's make sure that we're moving forward in the way that we should be.
That's proactive. When you're talking about this, is this have anything to do with career and technical education, CTE? Is that what we're talking about?
A huge part of it is career and technical education, and really just this overall idea that we have to shift our education system to be more focused on preparing students for real Wyoming jobs. And part of the problem, now that I've been in this a couple of years, that I'm seeing is that the system we have set up for accountability for our schools, it does not reward districts and schools that want to be innovative in that space. And so they're almost disincentivized to do more work-based learning, to partner with outside entities and businesses, because it's not factored into the accountability model. And so part of this discussion is talking about how we're actually going to be hopefully changing the model. We need to work with the State Board of Education, the legislature to do that. But the accountability model to actually, how do you give credit to schools that are doing work-based learning, that are doing internships, those type of things that we know matter more than memorizing from a textbook.
Yeah. And this sounds a little bit like, and maybe not, but we're having the governor on later today, Governor Gordon's whip, the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. It's the idea that, like, we don't want to lose bright minds from Wyoming. They graduate high school and then what? Like, we want them to go into industry, go into jobs right here in state. Wyoming's got a lot going on, and maybe that's your move. Maybe you're not going to Harvard, you're not going to further education, or maybe you are, but trade schools, preparing for the job sector so people don't leave Wyoming. They should stay right here and get right to work at high-paying tech jobs or whatever it takes.
Yeah, I mean, we have this mass exodus of our youth out of Wyoming. And my solution to that is exposure, exposure, exposure. We have to get kids to understand what's available in their own backyard, that they can have a great, fulfilling job right here in Wyoming. But if they don't know about it, then they're going to look elsewhere. And so this idea of how do we have more experiential learning, more hands-on learning for kids within the state? And you brought up the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. So I'm excited for that move. It's moving from state government, from the governor's office into the Wyoming Business Alliance. I think that could be the linchpin between business and industry and our education system, because there's this gap where unless you have, someone that's excited about it in the school or that's working in a company that says, I want to get involved in the school, there's no conduit between a company and the school district to set up that internship. What does it look like? What standards does it meet? What are the time parameters? Those type of things. How do we measure it? There has to be someone that's in the middle that's kind of bridging the two areas.
All right, so what are you learning? You're kind of halfway through this tour to figure out, like, connecting industry and education forums. Is it working? What are you learning so far? You're about halfway through. Are you making contact? Is the programs working?
Yeah, we're learning that we're on the right track. This is indeed what Wyoming wants. And I think getting communities on board to understand that we have to change the education system in addition to the pilot work that we're doing on the ground, it has been really important. And I think one big factor that we're hearing is that missing bridge. Well, who's going to create that playbook that a company can pick up and know, all right, what are my liability insurance requirements when I have a student that's working for me? Can they drive my trucks? Can they do, XYZ? And so that, I think we're learning that needs to be the role of the state to create a sort of playbook for work-based learning that then a company, a district can take and they can run with it.
We just barely touched on CTE, career and technical education. Is it working? Ask Sheridan High School. Clayton Christensen's going to be cashing a $50,000 check from Harbor Freight Tools, and that's going to benefit the welding program there. Way to go, Clayton.
Yeah, huge news. Very exciting. I was there for the surprise assembly to honor him. I think only a couple dozen were awarded in the entire country, and he was one of them. And that just showcases how Wyoming, we are grabbing a hold of career technical education, and we're saying that's the priority in education. I just had a supper last night with the dean of the College of Education at the University of Wyoming, and we spent half of the time talking about career and technical education, how they are working to identify how the ways that we increase our CTE teachers, because we have hundreds and hundreds of kids in this state that want to enroll in CTE courses, and they're being turned away because we don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough classes or programs. And so that's also the next step that we need to be looking at the state. How do we meet the demands of students, because we know that they're there?
We're talking to Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder. We're going to talk about state accountability in a minute. I want to save the most confusing for last. But I did want to hit on Farm to School Day, which was yesterday. We celebrated Farm to School Day. Now, I'm worried about the future of this program. It's barely going, but it's going. Like, we just started it a few years ago, right? And by the way, Superintendent, I don't know if this means anything, but yesterday, when I was doing This Day in History, October 8th, yesterday, 1944, 200 Washakie County students were let out of school to help with the wheat harvest during wartime. There was not all the men were overseas. Isn't that neat? So it's sort of a farm to school thing. Get out there and harvest the wheat, kids. Farm to school, is there a future? We're worried about federal funding. I don't know.
Yeah, we're really hoping so. There's a new grant that we're applying for that we have to submit by year end, that we're hoping that we can fill that. We're going to be talking with the legislature during the budget session of what the future of that program looks like. But really what Farm to School is, for those who don't know, is it's our agriculture producers with local school districts that would like to partner with them. And it's not free. It's not just to hand out a donation from our producers, but really creating contracts with them and recognizing that our schools are there to purchase some of their products. And so it's been wildly successful across the state, getting Wyoming products into Wyoming schools. We know that when it comes to school nutrition, how huge that is for students in their learning, and not only just nutrition, having something to eat, but having the right things to eat. And so we're going to continue to work to see how we backfill that funding when that program has gone away at the federal level. But I think there are still means that we can look about funding that.
All right, let's talk about accountability, state accountability, and you're like revamping the whole deal. How does state accountability differ from federal accountability, which I think is when we compare apples to oranges, Wyoming's apples to Florida's oranges when it comes to education, but how do we compare ourselves to ourselves? Is that a state accountability? What is it?
So the federal accountability system requires that states complete a state plan that has to have all these different metrics. And so we have a state plan that's been approved by the feds. Now, I will say that when we're talking about federal accountability, that's very much in flux as well, because of course, President Trump and his leadership trying to dismantle the Department of Education, which I have long been a supporter of. I think it should all be based within the states. That said, within our state accountability plan, that then is under state law, which is WAEA, if you hear that acronym, that's our state accountability model. And so what that measures, so it takes into account the state testing, the YTOP assessment. Most heavily weighed is the assessment. But then there are different indicators that show how a school is doing. They're going to take that assessment, they're going to weigh that, that's going to be around achievement, but they're also going to look at things like growth, post-secondary readiness, graduation rate, all of these things, all of these indicators go into school accountability. What the problem is that indicators aren't measuring job preparedness. They are not measuring whether or not a student is going to show up to work on time at a job, whether or not they have those real world skills of being able to be productive in society. And so that's where we want to change some of those indicators to better meet what we know are important skills that students need to have. And so we want schools to be able to measure those. But the issue is measuring those things are hard. How do you measure if a kid's going to get out of bed and get to work on time? So those are the things that we're grappling with, those really complicated conversations, but we have to move forward. The problem is we've been talking about this for decades of how we shift things. Now we're actually trying to do it. It's tough. Change is hard. But I'm out there ruffling feathers. We're going to get this done because it's important for Wyoming.
You just happen to be the one in charge of Wyoming Department of Education when we finally say, all right, we got to do this thing we've been talking about. You know, it's important to know when Columbus discovered America, or know your dates, memorize your dates and stuff like that. But man, it's probably more important for education to mean preparedness and readiness for life and for the workforce. And yeah, how do you measure those? I don't know, Superintendent Degenfelder, but you are often the person we need. You were the adult in the room, at least yesterday. I love, did you hear me say when Secretary Gray and the governor and Treasurer Meyer, and you're like, I'd like to call for a vote. I'll make the motion.
I got too much work to do, man.
Yeah,
we got to move the state forward, and
Right.
I don't have time for the theatrics and the drama. We got too much work to do, Jake.
Thank goodness you're doing that work. Superintendent, thank you so much for making this part of your day today.
Thanks,
Appreciate it. Yep. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got a roll on. Jackie Dorothy should be here, I think. She's popping in. So let's make room for her right now.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jackie Dorothy rolling in. Jackie, many of your history stories, my response after reading the headline is, wait, what? Like, the headlines, I know sometimes you don't write the headlines, but I'm just, they make me have to go read the whole story because I have to learn why these dudes were stomped by an elk. Moon and Hillberry. What are these knuckleberries up to in 1894?
Well, apparently it wasn't illegal in 1892 to capture elk, so Hillberry went out into the bighorns and caught himself a small herd of elk and brought him home. And he had been taming these creatures, and he looked at him and was like, they're pretty fast. I bet I could get a couple of them trained up.
Maybe draft horses were expensive back then, and you got all these elk around, and they look pretty strong. They look pretty fast. The problem is like they don't know how to pull anything. You'd have to teach them, but these guys really did. These two guys, Laban Hillberry, Willis Moon.
They actually, what was really great is that apparently in Basin City, this small little town had a college, and these two boys had come into town, and to pay their rent to Hillberries, they're the ones that trained the elk. So they got two youngsters to do it. Two young men did all the hard work, and the Hillberries just enjoyed it.
Even better. I'm beginning to think
That's
Hillberry.
what I thought.
Yeah, these guys are geniuses. They get their labor cheap, and then they get someone else to do the training. Like, we don't want to get stomped on or gored ourselves. So I have seen photographs of old cowboys like actually saddling an elk or riding an elk. Like, I guess you can train them to do stuff, but I don't know. I'd be afraid to do that.
I think a lot of these pioneers actually tame these animals, because Owen Wister talked about showing up at this stage stop, and there was an antelope, a baby antelope tied up, and had been just tamely walking around. So it sounds almost like it was common practice. Oh, there's an animal. Let's go grab it.
Yeah. These were different times. Holy cow. What else is going on at Thermopolis? You had your homecoming, big bonfire, eh?
Yes, we did. It got big. It was my first time to stuff napkins, and so I told Nate I'm going to be there, because, it was one of those deals where Mom just dropped me off. I said, I'll drop you off, but I'll be standing over here watching the bonfire.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going up against the Eagles this weekend. We'll see how it goes. It'll be Friday.
Lyman Eagles are good, I think.
That's what I heard.
Mount-
I know that Thermopolis is doing the best it's had in decades, so it's exciting to watch.
That'll be fun, and I know you'll have all of Mountain View rooting for you, because they are the bitter rivals of Lyman, so Mountain View wants you to win, I bet.
All right, well, send us some good vibes, and let's win this game.
All right. What are you working on for the weekend? Anything?
I got a 1870 haunted history that I got written. And there is a maker space in Riverton that I thought was pretty cool, because people actually come from Jackson to build things, because they have some of the most unique machines. He's always it's a creative space. So it's not just a 3D machines. They have laser cutters, all of this, where people can go in. And if they have a project they want to do, like I've been eyeing it up, it's like, oh, I can go in and make some mugs. So I was thinking that Christmas is coming. Maybe that's what people get from me for Christmas.
So like this real high-tech 3D printer kind of laboratory.
They're very fancy. Right there, downtown Riverton. Who would have thought?
Well, how come Claire hasn't told us about that? That's interesting.
It's her secret. That's what it is.
You got to get the secret out. I want to learn about this. That's pretty neat. All right.
We did have a haunted history that showed up. I think it was Monday. Chugwater, the Twilight Zone. This is going back to the archives.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How do I find it? It's on Cowboy State Daily. Let me see. What do I put in there? Chugwater, what? Chugwater?
It should just pop right up. It was the Twilight Zone. This is a restaurant that I think it might have actually been a slip in time, because this couple got caught in a snowstorm in the 1950s. I think it was 1959. And they had gone to pick up their friend, an airman, and from Cheyenne, you know how it gets from Cheyenne to Chugwater. It was March, and they got caught in one of those spring storms. And so they pulled over in Chugwater and were so grateful when they saw a restaurant. So they went inside, and they didn't think anything of it. They had steak and chicken. It was real. It wasn't ghost or anything. And the thing that was surprising to them was the bill was $9. And he was pleasantly surprised at such a cheap meal. So they paid for it for $5, gave a $5 tip. The waitresses were grateful. They walked back into the storm and didn't think anything of it. On the way back, he had his wife with him. And he's like, hey, let's stop at this great restaurant we discovered. They pulled in. The lot was empty. There was nothing there. And I went back into the newspaper records, and there was a restaurant there in the 1920s. It burned down. And so it makes you wonder what happened to these guys, because they swore up and down. They were in Chugwater. There is no other town. They try to rationalize it away. So this is one of those stories that you have to make your own decision what you think.
I remember this story from last year.
Yes.
I was so creepy. It's like an episode of Twilight Zone. Totally. These airmen in a blizzard, like they were like, thank goodness for this restaurant. We're starving. That it saved them. And they wondered why the bill was so low, because it was prices from long ago, because that restaurant did not exist. Oh my goodness. At least not then. It did exist.
In the 1920s.
Right. They were getting 1920 prices in 1959. And when they went back to find it, just like, in Rod Serling's Twilight Zone, it wasn't there. And people were like, oh, that is crazy. It's a great story. Yeah, check it out. The headline on that is Haunted Wyoming Chugwater Restaurant serves people decades after it had burned down. Ooh.
There you go.
Super
if
creepy.
I had written that one, it would have been about the Twilight Zone, because this is definitely what gave me vibes.
Yeah, Twilight Zone, like in the headline. Yeah.
Yes. And then you think about it, kids in the nowadays don't even know what the Twilight Zone is. They just kind of look at us like, what?
Well, they should. I just recently bought all the Twilight Zone, like downloaded them. I watch stuff when it streams, on Netflix or whatever, but there are certain things that I want to own to watch them whenever I want. And it's Andy Griffith, the Andy Griffith Show. And I just recently got all the Twilight Zones. Because, they play them all like back to back to back, like on New Year's Eve or something. I'm like, no, I want them all to watch them whenever I want to watch them. I love the Twilight Zone.
Without commercials. That's
yes,
nice,
without commercials. So many like great actors were on that before their time, maybe even during their fame. It's so cool.
It really is. I think the one that always got me was that there was that one called Room for One More. And for some reason, that one just grabbed me. This lady kept hearing, room for one more, and then something horrible would happen. So she's getting ready to get on the plane, and it says and the stewardess smiles at her and goes, room for one more. And she screamed and ran. And then she's looking, and the plane doesn't even get off the tarmac and explodes. That one got me.
I like when Captain Kirk, William Shatner, saw that thing monkeying around out on the wing of the plane. Like he was the only one that saw it. He's like, that is not good. This little troll-like thing is goofing around with the plane. He's like, what?
I remember that one too.
There's so many good ones.
That's because the Wizard of Oz, those flying monkeys scared us as kids.
Yes, that was probably in our subconscious. Yeah. All right. Well, go Thermopolis. Beat them Eagles from Lyman. It's homecoming in Thermopolis, the heart of Hot Springs, where Jackie Dorothy joins us today. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. You have a great day.
You too. Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on a Thursday. We got more coming, so don't go far. We've had Justin Talon stop in, Pacific Rex guy. That's a fascinating story. Justin Talon has a database of lost planes and ships and all kinds of stuff, mysteries from World War II that have just gone unsolved. Whatever happened to that crew in that mission they flew, that bombing mission? They just never came home. Justin Talon is solving a lot of these by finding the wrecks these decades later. And he just found 2 recently, B-17s, that solved mysteries that have been tormenting families back home since the 1940s. And we talk with Justin and the Taylor family, who finally know now what happened to Staff Sergeant Marion Taylor all that time back in 1942. My goodness. They're all heroes, lost or not, they're all heroes, those brave men and women. Justin Taylor's database at pacificrex.com is fascinating and featured in a David Madison story of the Cowboy State Daily. Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was just here. Let us know what's going on, the latest in education. And we still have to come. Tristan Scott, he's the guy behind that new computer that everybody's going to be using. It's sort of a computer. It's sort of a tablet. It's sort of an e-reader on steroids is what Tristan Scott calls it. And its number one feature is it has a screen that's a kinder, gentler screen on your eyes. You know, when you and I, right now, I'm looking into this monitor and this screen is killing my eyes, burning my eyes out. And it's messing up with my circadian rhythm, and it's messing up my sleep. These screens are not good for us. I think we all know that. Staring into screens all day. What if you had a better screen, smarter screen, a kinder, gentler screen, a daylight screen? That's Tristan Scott, and his innovation puts him right up against giants like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and all those guys making Apples and PCs, IBMs and Dell. Like, he's got something. He's onto something. Even Joe Rogan thinks so. Rogan loved his device. We're going to talk to Tristan Scott, Wyoming guy, who's got a great idea. Governor Mark Gordon is going to be on later in the show. We're going to ask Abby all kinds of trivia about, I think we're going to do movies and actors in movies. Let's see how well she knows her motion pictures. Get ready, Abby. All this coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Don't go far. We're not done yet. Top of the hour news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The Green River City Council has voted unanimously to abolish the use of a gas chamber for animal euthanasia, leaving just one known town in the United States to continue using the controversial practice. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the vote to use a different method of euthanasia was hailed by animal rights advocates.
Moving forward, the town is going to agree not to euthanize animals using the gas chamber and instead lean on more humane methods such as lethal injection. Advocates say, however, that sometimes these lethal injections are a little more hazardous for veterinary workers who have to have direct contact with an animal instead of being behind a barrier, such as in the situation of a gas chamber. I was also told that sometimes these gas chambers are easier on a worker's mental health because they don't have to be directly involved in the process.
Now, the only other town in America still using a gas chamber to euthanize animals is Evanston, Wyoming. In what started as an administrative rule discussion Wednesday in the State Building Commission, Secretary of State Chuck Gray reopened old criticisms against Governor Mark Gordon. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor was ready to rebut some of Gray's claims, and State Treasurer Kurt Meyer announced that he is sick of Gray's interruptions.
The governor seemed like he was expecting to get grief over a past veto letter, and he whipped out a physical copy of the letter and said, maybe you'd like to read this. And that was when Treasurer Kurt Meyer was like, the secretary is always using these meetings to make political points and pontificate.
The initial discussion was on a rule changing requiring Wyoming agencies to endeavor to negotiate concealed carry permissions with private landlords whose buildings they lease. The Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation is looking for a rare set of all-terrain vehicle tires matching a tread pattern left in a field, hoping it can help them solve a cold case murder of a Cheyenne mother more than 22 years ago. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke explains how these tires could help crack this case wide open.
They believe they're of this certain brand that they've been looking for, but they haven't been able to find the brand because it's no longer manufactured. One thing that's good about this is the tire is so rare that when they get it and they're able to confirm it, they'll be able to narrow the list of possible vehicles down.
The badly beaten body of Shawnee Lee Smith, who was 32 at the time, was discovered just a quarter mile from the Wyoming border. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
Sometimes accidentally flipping a letter can stir up a whole lot of controversy. During the annual Banned Books Week at Kelly Walsh High School in Casper, someone taped a message in blood red dripping letters on the library window that read, "Banned books lust won't stay buried." Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck looked into the meaning of the sentence and found it's much ado about nothing.
And it turns out that the school district said that the J was accidentally flipped and it should have said banned books just can't stay buried. And so there are books that school parents don't want the school district to buy because they don't want their tax money going to these explicit materials.
Natrona County District spokeswoman Tanya Sutherland says the intended and corrected message is banned books just won't stay buried. Former Executive Library Director Terry Leslie sued Campbell County and a private family after she was ousted from her job. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Leslie claimed in her suit that certain commissioners and library board members violated federal employment discrimination laws and retaliated against Leslie for her alliance with LGBTQ causes.
First, Leslie sued a local family, the Bennetts, and that case is still ongoing. And they didn't match perfectly, but they did have a law in common where Leslie invoked the KKK Act, basically saying that she was being discriminated against for advocating for a protected class. The judge kind of introduced what we could call a modernized reading of that, saying, oh, this law protects LGBTQ advocates. Very novel reading of this old law.
Campbell County now has a month to get Leslie the $700,000, and the current and former county officials won't admit any wrongdoing. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone.
Cowboy State Daily Show Thursday. Mark's with us. Mark, I'm running behind all day today.
Oh, no.
I just don't have enough minutes in the hours in the day.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, that goes. Yeah.
I just tried a quick run and pee, and I didn't even have time to do that.
Oh, geez.
Not satisfactorily, anyway.
Oh, boy.
Where are we? Mark Hines. So, yeah, help me out. What have I read of yours lately? Jog my memory.
Let's see. Did you?
You don't know either.
Trying to think of the last story you and I spoke about.
I know. Which was on
did we,
Tuesday.
Yeah.
we talk about the ladies elk hunt?
We might have, but we can talk about it again because my UPS guy, he knows that I'm with Cowboy State Daily. He's like, my wife read that story about the lady who got that. Did you write that? I'm like, that wasn't me. It was Mark. He thought it was so cool. He's like, I hope when I'm that age, I'm still hunting. She's my hero. He loved it. He and his wife loved it.
Yeah, I think she turned out to be a lot of people's heroes.
Yeah. What's it? Nedra? What's her name? Mark.
Nedra.
Yeah, I'm so 83 years old, and just her and
From
her
Basin,
son. Yeah, she's from Basin. She's up in the Bighorns. Opening day, and had that thing packed out by noon. Come on, girl.
That is cool. That's definitely you're talking about a hunt that went right there.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Netta Herman Basin.
Yeah, and
she didn't know if she was even going to do that. Every year she's like, I don't know, that might have been my last year, but
I think she's gotten to that age where she asks herself that question, am I going hunting this year? And so far the answer's been yes. And, she said next year the answer still might be yes. That's what she said. If I feel as good as I do now, I'm going again. So no, you're right. It's inspirational. I think a lot of us are hoping that when we reach that age of our lives, or we attain that vintage, that we're still able to get out there and do the things that we love. That's it.
And maybe the only thing that's kind of lost its luster a little is the overnight camp on the hard ground. And she's like, well, I'm glad I knocked him down on the early morning. I won't have to camp up there for 2 days. It's getting cold at night.
Exactly.
Good for her. Wow.
Yeah.
She's been hunting since teenager,
well, since
right?
she was 15, she grew up in Colorado. And, she grew up in Colorado back when Colorado was kind of like Wyoming is now.
Yeah.
And, she started hunting when she was 15. Yeah, she said, that's right. She said on the first big game hunt she ever went on as a 15-year-old, she shot a cow elk, and a buck deer on the same day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So she said, had quite the hunting career. That's pretty awesome.
Netta is my spirit animal. I'm a big fan. Yeah, so is the UPS guy. So is everybody. Everyone liked that story. It did. A lot of people talked about it on Facebook too. We got like 1 million engagements and shares and stuff. Yeah, good deal. Everybody's going digital in this digital day and age with electronic deer tags. Wyoming's still the old-fashioned paper, and that sounds so Wyoming.
Yeah. Well, and I spoke to a guy who had a good perspective on that, because he's a law enforcement, or they call him law enforcement officers back there, but he's a game warden in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Where they've gone at least semi-digital back there with, as far as their, what they call checking their deer in, which is basically logging it in with the fish. It's the fish and game there, not the game and fish.
Yeah.
So, check it in to record the hunter and the date and location where the animal was killed and all that stuff. But anyway, he's been out here. Well, not to Wyoming, but he's been to Montana. He's been out to Montana hunting. So he has a, direct experience with what it's like out here and how different it is from back there. And that's one thing he said to me. He said, given, the size of the landscape and the remoteness of where anybody's going to be at any particular time, and then a lot of times folks aren't even going to have cell service. Would it work out here? He was like, I can kind of see how it wouldn't. And it's funny because most of those states, it seems like on the eastern seaboard and New England, and I think it's just steadily spreading across that whole part of the country, have at least gone partially digital. New York State has gone full. You don't even have to have a paper deer tag anymore. And I pitched the question to the New York the New York Department of it's not called Game and Fish or Fish and Game, it's called something else. But I pitched to them, okay, well, how do you stop people from cheating with that? How do you stop people from just going, oh, darn, I forgot to get my phone out of my pocket when I shot this deer? So, I mean, I guess it's probably no different than a guy out here who goes, oh, darn, I forgot to get my paper license out of my pocket when I shot a deer. Most people wouldn't do that. Most people have ethics, but there's always those who don't. So I imagine the answer is a game warden could probably stop and check the apps on their phone, just like our game wardens can stop and say, where's your carcass coupon? Why isn't there a carcass coupon on this animal?
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, you have to physically, you know what I'm talking about. You have to physically cut it, take the it's serrated, but you have to physically remove the carcass coupon, from the hunting tag, and you have to sign it in ink, and you have to physically cut the dates out, and then attach it to the animal. And if you fail to do any of those steps, you can feasibly get nailed for poaching.
Yeah.
And so I just, like I said, I never could get that answer out of New York State. If you guys are eliminating all those steps for a digital process, how do you keep people from, faking it? But I don't know. I assume they know what they're doing.
Yeah. And maybe that the whole digital thing is coming to Wyoming, but yeah, the challenges will be the connectivity. I mean, sooner or later, all the paperwork does become digitized. You need all this stuff in the database just to show, and so somebody's got to do it. Why not the user? Why not make the hunter do it? But for now, Wyoming's just there's so many places where you can't even do it. Like,
yeah, exactly. And to be fair, some of Wyoming's we apply for our licenses. That's all digital.
Right.
I don't even know if there's a paper application option left anymore. You have to apply for your license, and most of the regs, you can get paper copies of regs, but they're hard to come by, or they're harder to come by than they were. Most people just download the regs on their computer, but then that makes it, unless you print them out, it makes it hard to take them with you into the field. So, I mean, there are definitely electronic aspects to hunting out here in Wyoming, but it's not nearly as digitized as it's become back there. So, interesting differences.
Yeah, your story about pronghorn and rut, you're getting down towards the end of that, but it's not unlike any of the ungulates, the deer, the elk. The boys keep their pack of girls, the harem, and they got to keep close eye on them because there's somebody who wants to slip away or there's a challenger. We just see it play out more with the pronghorn because they're not up as high. They're right there on the highway running. You're like, why are they running around?
Yeah. No, what inspired that story is I don't know if you've ever been out to Anchor Dam.
No.
It's that dam. Yeah, it's kind of out by Pavilion. It's that dam that turned out to be nothing. They built a dam and then the reservoir never filled in behind it because I guess the ground is so porous. It's a cool place. I'd recommend going out there and visiting if you get a chance. But there was a ton of pronghorn out there, and I watched and this big flat dry piece of ground where there's supposed to be a reservoir, I watched a buck running 2 does, and it was, like I said, it's a lot like watching a sheepdog trying to move sheep around. It's pretty cool, but no, they're not doing it for fun. They're not,
right.
They're, it's serious. It's mating season. They're trying to, decide who gets to, whose genes get spread to the next generation. So it's serious business for them.
Oh, it's high romance with those speed goats. he
speed goat love.
He whispers to her, "You're mine, and so are you, and you, and you," and then here comes the rival, and that's a lot of work being the.
It's fun to watch if you've ever sat and watch. Like, especially when a rival buck approaches.
Yeah.
And the bucks start zooming around at each other. That's really fun to sit back and watch. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Love it. Great story, Mark. Thanks for writing that.
Okay.
Have a great weekend, man.
Hey, you too.
All right.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Mark Himes checks in his story about the rut is on. Actually, the rut is just about over probably for the pronghorn, but just recently you saw a pronghorn running all over the place. That's what they were doing. The boys gathering their girls, just doing those kind of things. Eastern states have gone all digital with their electronic deer tags, stuff like that. Wyoming's still sticking with paper because that's what works out in the field for now. And many other wildlife outdoor stories. That's what Mark Hines does. Let's take a break, and we got coming up, I'm going to do this day in history, this day, October 9th, of course, and then Tristan Scott will be in with us. He's the guy with that daylight computer. It'll be a fun discussion because I'm using the regular old computer now, and it's eating my eyes right out of my head. Might have to get one of them daylight computers. This day in history up next, right after these words. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
It's October 9th. Here are the things that happened on this day in history. It was a busy day on this October 9th. A lot of stuff happened just coincidentally. For instance, today is noted as Leif Erikson Day. You know, the famous Viking. Federally recognized since 1964. Just recognition. It's not an official holiday unless you have Viking blood, then maybe. Leif Erikson Day, October 9th, was chosen because it was on this day that the Restoration, the ship called the Restoration carrying Norwegian immigrants to the United States, first entered the New York harbor on 1895 on this day. Now, it wasn't the first ship carrying Scandinavian immigrants to U.S. waters. Just one of the early notable ones, Leif Erikson's landing in North America, presumed to be what is now Labrador, Canada, or somewhere around there. That happened way long ago. How about 1002? Ha! Take that, Columbus. Leif Erikson and his Viking gang were here way long ago. They found Canada in 1002. On this day, 1892, a natural gas deposit was discovered near the brewery in Buffalo. I wonder how it was discovered. After a night out at the brewery, Mr. So-and-so went to light his cigar and kaboom! A natural gas deposit discovered in 1892 near the brewery in Buffalo. So I guess there was only one. It didn't even need a name. You just knew it as the brewery in Buffalo. 1906, this day, Joseph Glidden died. Glidden was the inventor of the devil's rope barbed wire. It changed the West, that's for sure. Joseph Glidden died on this day, 1906, invented barbed wire. 1919, this day, it was the first recorded fatal airplane crash in Wyoming history, and it happened during a race, a fun event for airplanes. Now, air travel, remember, 1919, relatively new, novel concept to be riding around in airplanes in 1919, especially in Wyoming. Lieutenant Edwin Wales crashed his plane. He was participating in the Air Derby, which was basically a race of pilots back then. Now, Wales' plane crashed in a snowstorm near Elk Mountain this day, 1919. It was part of the 1919 Air Derby. The crash is in the newspaper. In one newspaper I read, the headlines the headlines were pretty cool because this happens to be the day also that the Cincinnati Reds won the World Series. They defeated the Chicago White Sox. Later, it would be determined and proven that the Chicago White Sox, at least many members of the team, attempted to throw the World Series, attempted to lose on purpose for money. They were bought out. But even as the World Series was happening, it was kind of evident to a lot of people that the White Sox were throwing the World Series. I look at the headlines today, October 9th, 1919, Wyoming newspaper. I think it's the Blog Mirror that I'm reading. And it says, the Reds win a tainted series. So already they knew, even on the day the series was clinched with a Reds win today, that they knew there was something wrong. Also, the underneath the main headline, Reds win tainted series, there was the smaller headline, Air Racers already in state and a tragedy. And that's referring to the crash and the death of that pilot we just talked about, Edwin Wales, whose plane crashed near Elk Mountain. Headlines of the day. That game that they played, the game clinching, the World Series clinching game that was today, this day in history, 1919, Cincinnati Reds won that game thanks in part to 4 runs in the first inning because Lefty Williams, the White Sox starting pitcher, who was later proven to be purposely throwing the game. So in other words, he was purposely serving up like really easy pitches. He was taken out of the game after 1 inning for giving up 4 runs in that first inning, replaced by a guy named Big Bill James, who was not in on the plot, but performed badly all on his own, said the Wyoming newspaper. So Between Lefty Williams, who was trying to throw the game, and Big Bill James, who just wasn't good, the Cincinnati Reds beat up on the Chicago White Sox and won the World Series on this day in history. This day in 1922, a petition for rehearing was granted by the United States Supreme Court in Wyoming versus Colorado's suit. This was over the distribution of water from the Laramie River. 1932, this day, at least I think it was 1932. There's no year given on this date, but I'm making an educated guess that was 1932. Here's what happened. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs, Charles Burke, telegrams the superintendent of the Wind River Reservation Shoshone Agency and giving permission for actor Tim McCoy and film producers to enter the reservation while filming a movie called The Thundering Herd. So I did look up the movie. It was released in March of 1933. So I'm just making the guess that it was this day in 1932 that they entered the Wind River Reservation Shoshone Agency in order to film part of that movie. 1976, this day, Gillette, Wyoming, Rebecca Darrington was born. She would win the Waterford Crystal Scholarship Award during the 1997 Miss America pageant. But happy birthday to Rebecca Darrington, Gillette born. And on this day in 1998, Hollywood comes to Jackson Hole. Maybe not Hollywood, but TV did. The episode of Boy Meets World titled Ain't College Great aired on this day. In the episode, Corey, one of the characters, Corey, traveled to Jackson Hole, Wyoming in order to find Mr. Feeney. This day, 1998. I've never watched Boy Meets World, so I'm not sure what that's all about. But not the first TV show to film in Wyoming, that's for sure. Okay, after this day in history, we got a rodeo, but I'm not quite ready because when I last checked Western Ag Network, they did not have their rodeo show prepared. Now they do, so hang on. Let me get that for you. Rodeo, of course, has wrapped up its season. They're counting the money, and we're going to have the big final Super Bowl of rodeo. The National Finals Rodeo, NFR, coming up in December in Las Vegas. But we're already technically starting a new rodeo season. There are just a select few rodeos this time of year, but they are getting underway for the next season. Okay, I think I'm ready with my Rodeo Roadshow. Will Rasmussen has it for you, and it's courtesy of our friends at the Western Ag Network. Will, what do you say?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Great to have you along as we ease toward the weekend. Today, Bob Tallman. Can't hear enough from him, right? Today, we'll talk about the growth of the Western industry in all aspects, including rodeo and the reason why. The legendary Hall of Fame announcer, Bob Tallman, on the Rodeo Roadshow. Coming up next. Stay close.
Every dollar you spend on cattle supplements should give you a return. Too often, it doesn't. Smart Lick protein tubs fix that with consistent, self-fed nutrition that improves conception, calf health, and gains. No wasted time, no wasted labor. Just proven results that put money back in your pocket. Feed smarter, not harder. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
In the last half dozen years, we have seen such a turn in the the number of folks that pay to come to a rodeo, what do you think is a factor or two that are influencing people?
Well, got to be careful how you say this. First of all, it's the cheapest ticket in town for a sports event. Beer still costs you $16 and nachos cost $12. Some places it's $20 and $25. You have to consider the fact that we are a multiple day event where football is one day, basketball, baseball is one day, even though they might be in a 3-swing series in baseball and you got to come back up. That doesn't happen. People are still in droves going to watch the Dallas Cowboys play, except when they play the Eagles or someplace else. I can't keep up with how to answer the question, except all of a sudden it's cool to be a cowboy again and a cowgirl.
I have never heard Bob Tallman say, I can't keep up. The legend, Bob Tallman, on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, we waiting on our next guest, so we'll look into this story. I love these stories. I love these websites that gather intel on celebrities and how they are in real life. What are they really like? And one way to tell, I think, is what it's like to interact with them, to serve them at a restaurant or a bar or something. And how well do they tip? How nice are they? Stuff like that. There's several websites devoted to this topic, and they're created by people who work in the industry, who work in the service industry, and they share online stories about certain celebrities. And most of the stories jive. Like, you'll get not just one isolated incident about so-and-so, but you'll get 3 or 4 different servers in different states to say, oh yeah, he's a real piece of work or whatever. This story from BuzzFeed: rude, entitled, and doesn't tip a penny. Servers revealing the best and worst celebrity tippers. And we're going to go even back in time a little bit. How about I will mention the celebrity, and then you think to yourself whether they may be good or bad to wait to be served, to wait on, and how well do they tip, basically, is what we're going to ask. How about Elvis Presley back in the day? Think about how Elvis come up, just poor Mississippi boy, poor Mississippi white boy. Elvis, as reported by one anonymous waiter back in the day, said Elvis came in with some officers. So this had to be when he was stationed. Briefly, he had to go into the military. He said they had a meal and a few beers. Elvis left $5,000, the bill, plus a large tip. All the other officers said Elvis did that all the time. So he was a good tipper. Bruce Willis, who is still with us, thank goodness, but not doing real well. Obviously, Bruce is not super coherent these days. Bruce Willis, would you think he was good or bad tipper? According to an anonymous server, quote, Bruce Willis tipped $100 for every single drink I served him. He was friendly and low maintenance, a prince among men. Ooh, okay. What about our buddy Joe Rogan, who we're going to talk about in a minute, because Joe Rogan kind of field tested the invention of Tristan, who we're going to talk to in a moment, that daylight screen tablet thing, Joe Rogan Experience. Maybe you've heard of it. It's supposedly a podcast that's more popular than this one. I find that hard to believe. What do you think, Joe Rogan? An anonymous 34-year-old server from Los Angeles said, I waited on Joe Rogan about 10 years ago. He was quiet, polite, and very low maintenance, left a $100 tip on a $30 tab. Ooh, okay, so we put him in the good category. That's a winner. Here's a review from a 22-year-old San Antonio, Texas anonymous. My boyfriend and I did DoorDash one night, ended up delivering food bowls to Victor Wembanyama. He's a basketball player. San Antonio Spurs star basketball player, if you didn't know. I don't know. I don't follow basketball, but he's big-time basketball. His meal was about $70. He lived very far out of town. It took forever for someone to finally open the gate in his gated community, and he left no tip. Wah, wah. That's a fail. Where's I need some, we're going to do like the Abby buzzer. Yeah, so Victor fails. How about Cam Newton, another sports guy, football player, Atlanta Falcons at the time, Cam Newton, because this is an Atlanta bartender. I was bartending for a nationwide steak restaurant that I'll leave unnamed in this story in Atlanta. Cam Newton came in one night along with a couple other people. This is when he was still playing football. The Falcons were going to the Super Bowl. They said Cam Newton wasn't friendly. He was really aloof. He ordered food to go, but tipped pretty good, about $100 on $300 worth of food. So we give him, he tipped 33%. So that's good, but he was kind of rude. So he's a mixed bag. What about Jennifer Lopez? What do you think? Jennifer Lopez, according to an anonymous server in, they don't say where, Jennifer Lopez has eaten at my restaurant, and all of the servers who've ever waited on her all say the same thing. She's rude, entitled, and doesn't tip a penny. Oh, Jennifer. How about Steve Carell, comedian from The Office, TV's The Office, also been in a whole bunch of movies. Steve Carell, what do you think? This server, 46-year-old anonymous, said, I have waited on multiple celebrities in Park City during the Sundance Film Festival. Most of them were very nice and tipped generously. My biggest tip, percentage-wise, came from Steve Carell. He and his family were kind, down-to-earth, and a pleasure to serve. So he's a big tipper. Tina Fey, Saturday Night Live. What do you think? Anonymous 42-year-old from New York said Tina Fey was the worst. Demanding, smoked a cigarette at an outdoor table. Even after I told her to stop, she left less than 10% for the tip. Oh, Tina Fey. Carlos Santana, the famed guitarist Santana, 43-year-old server in Hawaii, said Carlos Santana is the most humble and respectful celebrity I've ever served. He always tips $100. And if he's with his family, it's double or triple that. Way to go, Carlos Santana. How about Scottie Pippen, basketball player, famed basketball player, 58-year-old anonymous server from Boston, said, I worked at Bennigan's restaurant in Boston back before the 2000s. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant came in one night. I can't remember how much the bill was, but it was large. Scottie Pippen paid it, but did not leave a tip. At that time, we started calling him No Pippen Tip. No Tippin' Pippen. Oh, that's bad news. How about Brooke Shields? What would you think? This 66-year-old Florida server said, I waited on Brooke Shields with a couple of other guests in New York City back in 1980. She had just been in Blue Lagoon. She was truly America's sweetheart at the time. She was pleasant, cheerful, and left a 30% tip. All right. We'll take that, Brooke Shields. How about Dave Chappelle, the comedian? This server from Vancouver, 23-year-old, said, Dave Chappelle, Danny DeVito. I served them both. I did their special requests, ran for them all night, and got nothing from Dave and a handful of change from DeVito, less than $5. I'm not a big fan of either of them. Whoa, Danny DeVito, Dave Chappelle. Yikes. John McEnroe, tennis player. Well, if you're a tennis judge, a court judge, you probably do not have a good impression of John McEnroe. But if you're his bartender, you don't mind. John McEnroe had one drink and tipped me $100 back in 1982, said one bartender from Atlanta. Naomi Campbell, famed actress, right? 25-year-old from New York City said, I was a server at a restaurant in Central Park. Naomi Campbell came in with her entourage of about 8 people. They were extremely demanding. Naomi never spoke to me, always had someone else talk to me on her behalf. As I was checking into them, in on them to see how their dessert was, Naomi dropped her phone onto the lava cake. She blamed me. In fact, it was the only time she spoke directly to me in order to yell at me. The bill was high. The entourage ran up a big bill, and they left $10. She was by far one of the rudest groups I've ever served. Naomi Campbell, shame, shame. Ludacris, the rapper. This anonymous server said, my coworker served Ludacris once. He was apparently fine until the very end when he asked the server, is the restaurant going to take care of the bill for me? Because I'm Ludacris. Oh, that sounds pretty ludicrous. Actually, he did tip the server after the restaurant did cover and comp his meal. Harry Connick Jr., what do you think? I used to be a service manager at a cafe chain that Harry Connick Jr. and his family would come to about once a month or so. They were quiet, low-key, polite. And I don't remember how much he tipped, but it was almost always at least 25%. So that's a win. Nice guy. Tips about average. And then finally, is this the last one? Yeah. We'll end with Billy Joel. I love Billy Joel's music, but I met him and he wasn't friendly at all. My son worked in a North Shore restaurant he regularly frequented. He was rude, wouldn't talk much, and was about a 20% tipper. That's it. We're going to give a fail to Billy Joel there. That's how celebrities are tipping. Yes, I want to make that a regular segment if only we could. Let's take a break, get Tristan in here right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Tired of the same old Saturday snooze fest? Wake up with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, on Cowboy State Daily Radio, where the coffee's strong, the opinions are stronger, and absolutely nothing is off limits, except maybe fashion advice from Bags. Trust us. From 6 to 10 a.m., we're talking rodeos and radios, teachers and preachers, UFOs and barbecues. 1 minute it's serious journalism, the next it's, did he just say that on air? Yes, he did. We chat with movers, shakers, and occasional fakers. We call out scammers, celebrate winners, and sometimes talk to people who swear they've seen Bigfoot buying tacos. Join the madness. Text, call, or email your thoughts, rants, and snack recommendations to 307-278-9598 or wyomingbags307@gmail.com. Catch the chaos live on cowboystatedaily.com, YouTube, Facebook Live, or X, or binge the archives later when you're pretending to work. Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, where curiosity meets cowboy coffee. See you Saturday morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Into the Zoom Room. Joining us is Tristan Scott. And here's why. He's got a better computer screen than the one you've got. It's eating your eyes right out of your head. You don't know that. But here in Wyoming, we can appreciate something like this that Tristan and Julie are getting behind, his sister. Our deliberate lifestyle here in the outdoors of Wyoming involves wild places, big outdoor thinking. We don't do desktop towers and flickering CRT monitors. No. We're getting our sleep patterns disrupted with that. Wyoming demands a product like the Daylight computer, the Daylight DC-1 tablet. It is truly revolutionary. Even Joe Rogan likes it. Joe, I'm not sure it's something you're going to put on your marketing materials. Rogan said, this doesn't F with your eyes. Okay. Yeah, Tristan, this sounds like a really cool thing that we've needed for a while. I'm excited for you and your sister and the whole company. I want this thing to get up there and challenge Apple and Dell and all them guys. Everybody should be using this. What is it exactly? Explain your idea.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I love that intro. It gets me fired up. I certainly agree. It's very synergistic with the lifestyle here in Wyoming. But what we've done is we've invented a new display technology that really takes devices, screens, from being this really detracting, overstimulating artifact to one that's far more neutral to our biology. It works with us. It works with nature. In fact, you can see it really well outside. And the key is, the actual display technology itself. So it's a reflective screen, meaning right now I'm sitting on my porch here in Thermopolis, and you can actually see it in the sunlight. The angle does matter, of course, but no light being emitted from that device, that screen. And then at nighttime or low light indoor conditions, we build a custom backlight that's blue light and flicker free. So some people know about blue light disrupting sleep. Again, blue light's great during the day when it comes from the sun, as I'm getting right now, but at nighttime from a sole device, that's going to mess up your sleep. Sleep's foundational for health. And also most lights are flickering on and off at a rate we can't even see, but our body perceives. So technology is stressing us out. It's sucking us in. It's the Las Vegas casino. And we just think that it doesn't have to be that way. And we're tired of big tech companies capitalizing on our attention.
Yeah, I think we all inherently know that staring at a screen for so many hours a day is probably not good for us. And for many reasons, but one of the basic is, what is it doing to us. Like, so why did you even think to make a better screen? I know you had like a scientist partner, Anjan. Like there were like you figured out like screen's not good. It's not good to be staring at the screen. Even if some of us, we lower the light that's pumping out of it, we turn it down, but it's doing bad stuff to us. How did you even know that and say, I can fill this void then? I have an idea.
Yeah, so I had one too many concussions the last year of college, and I'm an electrical engineer. I graduated and had to kind of go down a self-healing rabbit hole on my own to get better. I had like daily headaches, went from being a college athlete and engineering student to barely being able to do anything because I was still concussed for over a year. And just went down a rabbit hole and then more rabbit holes and learned about health optimization, lifestyle habits, and it really came back to so many of the artificial inputs that we've created as humans, whether that's the food we eat, whether it's the water we drink, the air we breathe, the light we consume, the technology that we use is really not great for us. So I started to overhaul my lifestyle, spend as much time outdoors, eat locally grown food, clean food, real food. Exercise is always, of course, key. But I was still on the internet as, I was building a social media brand, and I knew that the light, the technology was not great, but I couldn't really do anything about it. And then I did get connected with Anjan, and he was already working on a solution because he had a similar, journey where he was struggling with mental health and really just got so distracted and fed up with normal screens. He decided to do something about it. And the inspiration was something like the Kindle. The Kindle is really just a device you can read on. It works outside. It's black and white, and the battery lasts forever. And it's just kind of a digital book. That's it. So what if we made that sort of interface for all of our devices, all of our screens? And it's interesting now because I don't even need to convince parents. I don't even need to convince teachers that screen time is a problem. They know better than we do. So what we're trying to do is actually bring a solution so that people don't have to ban these things. We know we're not going back to the Stone Age, but there's really no other options out there if you want to kind of solve this problem.
Yeah, so you and Anjan are really the best marketers for this because you have personal. You have a dog in the fight, so to speak. You have personal experience with how this has helped you. I think, again, like too much screen time, especially for kids, preteen and teens, we think about what it does to you when you're not engaging in the real world, when you're doing everything on social. But it's simpler than that. It's the actual screen, like the process of staring at the screen. That is not good. You've come up with a kinder, gentler screen, you and Anjan. Why is it different from these e-readers? Like some of those are pretty cool. They seem like they're good on our eyes. What is different?
They're great, actually. And like I said, that was the inspiration. They're just the screen technology, display technology they have is just limited. It's too slow. The refresh rate is not fast enough. Like you can't watch a video on a Kindle. If you try, it will just be like a 1997 dial-up computer experience. So the inherent technology has limitations. So, the whole premise is, what if we took that, had a similar type feeling, different display technology, but fast enough to be used for any functionality? And that's exactly what we've done. So it is paper-like, but it's fast enough now. And then we went above and beyond with the backlight. No one's done a blue light free, flicker free backlight. And we have a whole lot of other stuff we're doing. And then because it's actually a full-blown tablet, full-blown computer, we're also building the operating system, the software, to support the same ethos and same principles around productivity, low stimulation, no distractions. So instead of having a billion tabs and a billion notifications constantly, we're going to make it easier so that you can actually just do something without being distracted.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. We're talking to Tristan Scott. He's the guy behind, the founder, he and his sister, of Daylight, the Daylight DC-1 tablet. I think it's going to change everything we know and do with screens and computers. Like, I like that you acknowledge we're never going to get away from the screens. We need to get away from them for a period of time. And so the different kind of screen and what it's throwing at your eyeballs, but also you mentioned this, you're going to take it even further. You're developing, what is the operating system designed to like not distract, because that's another problem besides the screen. When we get on the internet, we're all kinds of like, we start on this one task. I just want to do this and I can get back to fishing and camping. No, we're off in this tangent. We're distracted by all this stuff. You got an idea to kind of screen out some of the distractions?
Yeah. The benefit of having an operating system that we can customize is so much of it takes place in terms of distractions from context switching. Like, you have 30 tabs open, you're reading a book or you're reading an article, and then you want to look something up, and then you go to another tab, and all of a sudden you're doing 3 other things and you forgot the original point of the task. So because we have the OS level up control, we can, we're building an AI assistant, which we think AI is great if you use it as a tool. If you use it to write your emails and ask it about your relationship, maybe not so great. So all these things are, how do we take the best of these tools and services and technology and curate it? So for example, I'm reading a paper here. If I want to look up something, I would typically go to Google, but what we can do, since we build a software, we can just have an assistant. You ask it a question via voice to text, and it'll just answer it. You never have to leave the screen, and there'll be a lot of just custom workflows you can build out. So you're only interfacing. You never see the other tabs. You never see the notifications. It's just done at the operating system level. Whereas Apple, Google, they're doing the opposite. They're showing you all the tabs. They could get rid of that stuff if they wanted to, but they don't really care for that. They want you on screen and they want you distracted, because they're not making money if you're just, writing an essay or doing work. They're making money if you just happen to open your email and click that ad, or go to Facebook and click that ad. That's where they're making money.
I love what you're doing. Our time is short, Tristan. We got to bounce, but tell me what you're doing now. You're trying to get based in Lander, which I love because that's in Wyoming, and we love that. And I think you got a fulfillment center in the Bay Area. Like, where are you? What are you doing? What's the future?
We're headquartered in San Francisco. I live in Wyoming, trying to build a satellite office here in Wyoming. The ethos is strong here, of course, with the lifestyle. And a big push right now is we just launched Daylight Kids, so really healthier iPad tablet option for kids. We're trying to get into schools. We're approved for homeschooling ESA, so if you're a homeschooler, check that out. And yeah, just trying to spread the awareness and word that healthier, lower stimulation tech is possible, and we've got the solution.
Where do we go? What's your cyber presence?
Yeah, daylightcomputer.com is the main website. Kids' website is kids.daylightcomputer.com. On Instagram, Twitter, we're at DaylightCo, so you can check that out. Don't hesitate to reach out to us directly, hello@daylightcomputer.com, or my email is tristan@daylightcomputer.com. We want to hear from parents, teachers, and leaders in the community. Let's build this out together.
I like it. Stay wild, stay rugged. Remember who's the master, you, and who's the slave, the computer, the screen. That does what you tell it. And yeah, I love it. Wyoming individualism in this great venture. Thanks, Tristan. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily, we got to get out for news right now. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. What started as a treasure hunt for uranium in the Pine Ridge area of the Powder River Basin is now giving Wyoming a larger footprint in the nuclear industry. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison explains how Wyoming fits into Snow Lake Resources' plans.
Even as you consolidate and really ramp up uranium production in Wyoming, there's still a long journey that uranium has to take in order to make it from the mine to the nuclear reactor. Now, it's possible that that uranium could come back to Wyoming and maybe go to a manufacturing facility in Gillette.
Snow Lake Resources out of Canada is a uranium exploration and development company that focuses on uranium mining and fuel development. 2 Wyomingites who served in the military are reacting to U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's address to an assembly of military leaders last week in Virginia, where he spoke on the department's goals amid what he is calling a growing moment of urgency for the United States. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that both former military members have strong opinions of Secretary Hegseth's speech.
I spoke to Keith Harrower, who was a Green Beret, and I spoke to Gail Simmons, who was in the Navy, and they both had really long long service careers, and they both had a lot to say about Hegseth's comments. Now, Simmons, being one of the first female members of the Navy to serve on a ship, she said that she had to fight through a lot of hardship during her time in the military and therefore really benefited from some of these inclusion programs. However, on the other side, Harrower said that he was directly responsible for overseeing DEI during his time in the military and said that while it was well-intentioned, the idea didn't necessarily manifest in the way that military leaders expected.
Hegseth traveled to Quantico, Virginia, where he delivered remarks concerning the Department of Defense being made into a, quote, woke department by Washington, D.C. political leaders. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, Cowboy fans! Cowboy football single game tickets are on sale now. We can't wait to see you in War Memorial Stadium on Saturdays this fall. Whether it's being a part of the Gold Out against Northern Iowa, Homecoming against UNLV, the Border War versus CSU, or other great matchups, let's pack the war. Get your tickets today at GoWyo.com or call 307-766-7220. Go Pokes!
The Green River City Council has voted unanimously to abolish the use of a gas chamber for animal euthanasia. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the vote to use a different method of euthanasia was hailed by animal rights advocates.
Moving forward, the town is going to agree not to euthanize animals using the gas chamber and instead lean on more humane methods such as lethal injection. Advocates say, however, that sometimes these lethal injections are a little more hazardous for veterinary workers. I was also told that sometimes these gas chambers are easier on a worker's mental health because they don't have to be directly involved in the process.
Now, the only other town in America still using a gas chamber to euthanize pets is Evanston, Wyoming. In what started as an administrative rule discussion Wednesday in the State Building Commission, Secretary of State Chuck Gray reopened old criticisms against Governor Mark Gordon. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the governor was ready to rebut some of Gray's claims. And State Treasurer Kurt Meyer announced that he's sick of Gray's interruptions.
The governor seemed like he was expecting to get grief over a past veto letter, and he whipped out a physical copy of the letter and said, maybe you'd like to read this.
The initial discussion was on a rule change requiring Wyoming agencies to endeavor to negotiate concealed carry permissions with private landlords whose buildings they lease. And a digital revolution in deer hunting is sweeping eastern states, with hunters being given the option to report their kills and even tag deer through smartphone apps. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that although many things are moving to digital, it's not coming to Wyoming anytime soon.
Everything is going to our phones. And back east, they're increasingly doing that with hunting. Hunters can check their deer in. New York State, they're taking that even a step further to where you can actually tag your deer electronically. You don't even need to carry a paper hunting license anymore. So I did reach out to our Wyoming Game and Fish Department, ask them if they're planning on doing this, and the answer is don't hold your breath.
The digital expansion into the hunting world is just the latest area where everyday licensing requirements are moving to mobile and digital mediums, including airline ticketing and even driver's licenses in states like Colorado. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake rolling along on a Thursday, and it's the governor of the great state of Wyoming, Mark Gordon, is with us. We're going to talk about WHIP That's WHIP without an H, though. Wyoming Innovation Partnership, and we're going to talk about where it's headed now. It was stood up in 2021 by the governor, and it was an idea, a collaborative initiative aimed at enhancing the workforce development and innovation across various sectors of Wyoming, including energy, healthcare, tourism, tech. We've now added recently manufacturing and agriculture. Give us just a brief background on what WHIP is, Governor, and how satisfied are you with it since 2021? And then we're going to talk about where it's going.
Sure. Well, I'll tell you, Jake, it's great to see you this morning. And where this came from, there's been a long time sort of struggle between our community colleges and the university. There's been a long time effort to try to figure out what we're going to do for workforce. So we started by saying, okay, let's get all our presidents in a room, University of Wyoming, all our community college presidents. Let's get industry in a room. Let's get the business council in a room. And let's get to talking about what we can do to be able to build basically a credentialing system that allow people to stack their credentials. We'll give them a wallet so they can be able to keep track of that, and they can and we can run out these programs. Now, there were two elements that I think were unique about this. One, beyond just the collaboration, it was always intended to just get started. We were going to give it back, and we'll talk about that in a moment. It was going to be industry's own. So the point was, instead of community colleges and university coming to the legislature and saying, we've got this great idea, this was going to be the community businesses and other businesses saying, here's our need, and we need you to be able to do this, and we're willing to be a partner in that effort. So that's where WHIP came from. And we stood it up. And then the other thing that's a little bit unique is we said, okay, we want to have a metric that says, what's the return on investment? Because lots of times it's like, this is a really cool program. You need to fund it because we love it and it's going to be really good. But this way we could also say, is this program still meeting the metrics of return on investment? Is it still being valuable for the industries that are going to support it?
It's interesting. It sounds so much like it's fitting. It's dovetailing with, we had Superintendent of Public Instruction, Megan Degenfelder, on just earlier, and she talked about CTE and all these efforts to just retain these Wyoming-born kids educated here and that intellectual capital they have. When they graduate high school or college, we want them in the workforce right here in the Cowboy State. I think it's a great idea. Is that kind of what we're doing?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. We wanted to make sure that the industries understood that if they invest here in Wyoming, we're standing alongside them. We'll help with the workforce development. And the other piece of this, which I think is really important, particularly in that national conversation about what's education going to do now? What do we need to teach, et cetera, et cetera. We're at the advent of this huge AI revolution, which, as much as I wish that it wasn't coming as fast as it is, it's a tidal wave, and it's going to change jobs from, just a few years ago, I was sitting in an office in Gillette, and I was running 3 or 4 cats. I grew up running a cat, but it was just the cat in the field, not in an office remotely. So technology is changing. It's changing all of our jobs. And so we needed to make sure that we were nimble and able to pivot. So as somebody says, okay, my job's changed, now I need to be able to figure out how I can still be relevant, how I can still be employed, that we're there to meet them and also help the industry tool up and grow. When you talk about CTE, there's so much now that is computer-aided design, so much that is computer-aided tooling. That machinery is changing all the time, and so we're there working with them.
So the announcement of the day now is WHIP being handed off to WBA. Sorry for all the acronyms. It sounds like Wyoming Department of Education loves their acronyms. Wyoming Business Alliance going to take over the program. Like you said, never intended to be a government thing. So how do you feel about that? Is the time is right and they're going to take it and run with it?
I'm really excited. I'm a conservative, and it feels to me that we need to be able to make sure that our industries are relevant, that it isn't just government supported, that we aren't just showing up and saying, let's fund this thing because it's a great deal, that we are saying it's relevant, it's valuable for the industries that are here. And so with the Business Alliance taking it over, that's where it was meant to go. That's it allows them to be able to build it out as it goes. And just think about the energy space, Jake. We talked about that a couple of times. But one of the first things that WHIP did was to say transmission is going to be incredibly important, regardless of what we use to generate electricity. We're going to build a program that is going to educate people on how to build transmission. And I visited that program. It's kind of fun. I got to climb up on a pole and things like that. But that now has morphed into substation technology. In ag, we're doing all kinds of things with, more efficient use of technology and being able to irrigate and so on. So this will allow industry, and I'm thinking this puts Wyoming in a very enviable position from the point of view that now industry can come to this state and say, we think our industry is going to go this way. We have an education system that will work with us to be able to envision and meet that challenge. And we still have more to do on it, but that's what that's done is it's allowed us to really be in the forefront in all these things, from nuclear technology to data centers to controlled precision agriculture, to all of these things that really are so important to Wyoming.
On the subject of data centers, let's go to our next topic. We're talking to Governor Mark Gordon. Every time I see a photo of you in a hard hat and big ribbon-cutting scissors or a golden shovel, I know there's good news coming for Wyoming, man. We broke ground on a $1.2 billion data center. And these guys from related companies it's almost too good to be true. I mean, does it check all the boxes? They're going to bring a data center that brings jobs, revenue, and the problem with data centers that we know, two problems. They are thirsty. They take a bunch of water. These guys say this one's not going to use water, at least not very much. And the electricity, the energy that's needed, that's another downside. Boy, they are energy hungry. And they said, we're coming alongside with this tariff program. We're going to pay our way. We're going to buy Wyoming energy in a way that it may even maintain or reduce your electric bill in the future. Come on. These guys are making a lot of promises, Governor Gordon. How do you, do they check out?
Well, let me say, normally with that kind of background, you're expecting somebody to say, so all we need is a couple $1 million to build it from the state. There's no state money in this.
Yeah.
This is simply a company that is doing this around the country. And I'll talk to you a little bit about an interesting exchange we had the night before with the CEO. But they're building this, and there's lots of people that are building this. The technology's improved. The way they put it is, we're going to have bathrooms. That's the water use that we have. Otherwise, it is all an enclosed loop, air cooled. That's one thing that we've been talking about with Wyoming. We're high altitude. We're a cooler climate generally. We're going to beat out Texas. We're going to beat out New Jersey, which is where a lot of these things are built. And it's thrilling to have that. To have it being able to draw on Wyoming energy, not use water, and bring $1.2 billion of investment, $250 million in tax revenue. That's extraordinary. 40 full-time jobs. So here's one of the things that, people in Wyoming don't like to have a lot of people moving here. We love the fact that we're pretty low population. So there's going to be some construction crew. just like we would have with oil and gas, and then they'll move to wherever the jobs go. But there's going to be 40 jobs that are going to be high-paying jobs that are here. And that ecosystem is going to be incredibly important for building, we have digital assets and other things that we're doing with the stable token. All of this is going to bring a certain amount of attention to Wyoming that is really incredible. And they also recognize the cost of housing. Yeah, well, you mentioned the consumer rates. There's a tariff they're going to pay that's going to make sure that they don't raise rates on consumers. But beyond that, they're also helping to finish the grant that is so important for building more housing here in Cheyenne. So it does feel a little too good to be true, but if it all goes away, the state isn't losing anything. We might lose a bit of an opportunity. And why that's so important, I mentioned to you the conversation we had the night before. Another state that exports most of its energy, we export 12 times what we consume. Another state is Illinois, kind of a surprise, but the Illinois basin has a tremendous amount of coal. They also have really good nuclear. And he was saying, I just talked to the governor of Illinois. He's on TV a lot these days. But he said, we're building in all the neighboring states. We're building in Michigan, in Missouri. We're building in Indiana. Why? Because you have such a crazy tax scheme here in Illinois that there's no point in us building in your state. So we're using all the energy elsewhere. And if Wyoming isn't open for business, if we don't understand that bringing the consumers here, and it's much better to have everybody build somewhere else, that's a question that Wyoming's got to deal with. Are we wanting to grow? Are we wanting to have a good economy? Or do we just want to sort of die on the vine?
This company, this whole groundbreaking that took place sounds like a win-win-win. Too good to be true. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins excited about it. The governor's excited about it. CEO Jeff Blau, while announcing this whole thing, said, oh, and by the way, and that's when I worry, did it really go like that? He said, I'm probably speaking out of turn, but also here's $3.5 million for any local housing issues. Like I'm going to help you out with housing as well. Where did that come from? These guys are pretty nice.
Well, yeah, well, they're a very large, Related Companies is a very large firm, and they got their start in housing. So the night before, as we were having a conversation, Mayor Collins was talking about the new housing he's trying to get finished. They've got most of the financing in place, but they were lacking this last piece. And overnight, Jeff went back to his board and said, for 3.2, we can complete this project. And completely surprised me, completely surprised Mayor Collins. But those are the companies we want to have. Believe me, as treasurer and as governor, I've had so many folks that have come and said, if you can just give us the first $1 million, there's a whole bunch behind you. And we've told them, goodbye, come to us with a completed project. And these guys are coming with it. And it's happened another place too, Jake. Keltec Arms, Florida company, looked at Wyoming and said, we want to build our firearms in Wyoming. No state money at all. They just came here. They make an incredibly cool gun that I use as my personal carry gun, PR-57. It's made right there in Rock Springs. And so when you have the right sorts of things happening in Wyoming, like we are, you're going to have these companies that come in without having to have the lure and the fishing line to try to reel them in.
These are success stories, as the governor has stated. Companies that bring jobs, invest in communities here, and use innovation, offer smart growth opportunities are always going to have a home here in Wyoming. Welcome with open arms, especially if they bring checks for $3+ million for housing. That's pretty nice. That's the kind of companies we want here. Thanks, Governor. I appreciate you being on.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. That's Governor Mark Gordon. We're talking about WHIP and where that's headed. it's headed to WBA, Wyoming Business Alliance, going to take over the Wyoming Innovation Partnership that's been successful since it was stood up in 2021. And the $1.2 billion data center breaking ground in Cheyenne. This company, related companies, recognize that there are two black marks, two downsides to data centers. They're water hungry, they're thirsty, and Related says this one's different. This 184,000 square foot facility, minimum impact on water. He said, we don't use water to cool down this facility. We use Wyoming to cool it down. That's fantastic. And also they're going to use and purchase Wyoming electricity because we got more than we can use. Jeff Blau, CEO of Related, also whipped out a $3.5 million check for local housing in Cheyenne. So where's the downside here? I see a glass half full. I see a glass all the way full. Governor Gordon sharing intel like that. Let's get Abby into the room. It's time for Ask Abby right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Ask Abby. How popular is this segment every Thursday? Let's just say that Abby's the headliner. Governor Gordon opened for her. We just had the governor on. He's like the opening act. Abby's the main show. How you doing, Abby?
The talent.
You're the talent, no doubt about it. What are you doing? You're mobile.
Yeah, I'm at a conference for foster care training.
Oh, do you need training? You do that. You've done that for a long time. Do you need, what do you, brush up courses, or what do you do? Or are you the trainer?
No, I've told everyone to just wait while I do this Ask
Yeah.
Abby segment. No, you have to have like continuing education and be certified every year.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. I
yeah.
figured.
Mhm.
Yeah, let me know the next time you have some kiddo. I'll have to stop over.
Yeah.
I'll be like
Yeah.
I'll be the uncle influence or something.
Bring your cat. Kids love cats.
Golly. Maybe. Yeah, that cat's been a real pain in the butt today. Okay, we're going to do some trivia today real quick. We know your time is short. I want to do some movies trivia. Do you go to the movies a lot?
I like movies. Yes.
Okay.
Please don't ask me movies that are so old that I've never heard of them, though.
Some are old. Some. I know. I got to remember, you're so young. God, you don't know anything. Okay. We'll do sort of, but first it's October. I wanted to just hit a few October trivias. For instance, what is the month of October? Where does the name come from? What does it mean, October?
Oh, is this like a weird thing about how there used to be not as many months in the year, and it was...
Oh my good, it really is. I wasn't even going there yet, Abby, but you're ahead of me.
Yeah, smart. I'm smart,
You're
Jake.
so smart. October is octo, meaning 8.
The 8th, yeah.
But this
month.
is not the 8th month, is it? It's the 10th month. So yes, you're you're so right. You're right.
Yeah. 1 for 1.
You're so right. You even answered the next question correctly, which is, why October? Why is the 8th? 2 months were added after we already had October. What months were they, by the way?
Was it January and February?
Okay, you're cheating.
I'm not cheating. You're just in my wheelhouse. You're in my wheelhouse so far.
I get you. Whenever all things calendar, you dominate, huh?
Yeah.
All right. What two zodiac signs fall in October? If you were born in this month, you're one or the other.
That's where we start going downhill now.
Oh, I'm not a big zodiacer myself.
No, me neither.
Okay.
Me neither. I don't know your sign or my sign.
Well, you got a shot. Just throw it out there. What zodiac signs do you know?
Sagittarius and Taurus.
No.
Taurus.
No. Libra and Scorpio.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Of course. What U.S. holiday is commemorated in this month? The only one.
Columbus Day.
Yes. Or we would have accepted Indigenous Peoples Day, which is kind of where we're trending.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's go to movie stuff. I'll try not to do too many old movies. But yeah.
The 90s, I'm going to be good at.
Yeah.
70s could be tricky.
I'll try. A lot of these are kind of old. Okay. What movie does Tom Cruise play the role Ron Kovic in? 1989 movie.
Cocktail.
No.
Ron
Kovic was not a bartender.
I don't know. I can't. Tom Cruise, man, he's so associated with Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
What's the theme of the movie?
Patriotic.
I don't know. Tell me the answer.
Born on the 4th of July, 1980.
Never even heard of it.
Okay, Anthony Hopkins. You have to call him Sir. Sir Anthony Hopkins won his only Academy Award as Best Actor in what movie?
Silence of the Lambs.
Yes. Oof, so creepy.
Yeah. I remember I remember my grandma had the VHS.
Really?
And I remember what it looked like and thinking like, why is the movie scary but it has a butterfly or like so weird.
If you only knew. Yeah.
I know.
Okay, Joe Pesci won an Academy Award for Best Actor in what supporting role? What movie? He was a Best Supporting Actor.
Was it with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No. What was that? Joe Pesci and Arnold? Oh.
Wasn't it? Oh.
No,
that was someone else. When he was like the big guy and then he was the little guy.
Yeah. I can't remember.
Joe Pesci. Not Home Alone. Was it Home Alone?
No. This is the Pesci movie where he has his famous, "Are you talking to me? You talking to me?"
It's a gangster movie.
Yeah. So you think I'm funny?
Can I see the cover of the movie? Is it The Godfather? No. Was he in The Godfather?
No, that'd be early for him.
I don't know.
1990.
Okay, I was 5.
It's one of the most famous mob movies of all time.
I don't know.
Goodfellas.
Goodfellas. Yeah.
In what movie is the character played by Tom Hanks not stranded at sea? In fact, he made a heroic landing in the Hudson River, I think, right?
Oh, like that's a newer movie?
2016.
Yeah, and he was the pilot and he landed the plane. It was based on a true story.
Right.
I never saw it. Captain something maybe?
Captain, that's the whole movie right there. We need the something. We need the fill in the blank.
Captain Jack Sparrow. Oh, no.
Correct. No. Were you extra credit for creativity? Yeah, no.
Captain Underpants. I don't know.
Sully.
Right.
But
let's agree the greatest Tom Hanks movie of all time is Forrest Gump, right?
I never saw that either. No, Big. What about Big?
Oh, Big was good. I liked Big.
Big is good. Forrest Gump, yeah, is probably the most popular for sure.
It was just such a good movie.
What about, do you like Leonardo DiCaprio, Lenny?
Sure. Yeah.
I like him. He's very watchable. I like him. I like him when he plays the dude who fakes everything. Like he's a fake pilot and he's a fake.
Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
And DiCaprio is good in it. Apparently his new movie is really popular, did well at the box office. But what movie won him an Academy Award for Best Actor?
Was it Titanic or Departed?
Neither. Although you would think maybe Titanic, right? Yeah. No.
Wasn't Departed?
No.
Wolf on Wall Street.
No. That's another good one.
What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Nope. Okay. Oh, man.
I own this movie. It's one of the few that I actually possess it. Like I bought it. Not on a VHS, on a digital.
What other Leo movie?
Let's just say it's all him. The cast is practically one dude. And it tells the story of a famous true life mountain man, Hugh Glass.
Oh, The Revenant?
Yeah.
That movie was insane.
Yeah.
I remember being remember watching it and my whole body was tense the whole time.
Yeah.
And after the movie ended, I was just like, oh, I can finally breathe because I felt like I was holding my breath and just the whole time.
You're right.
I really hope Jimmy doesn't take a screenshot of my face just as I just made it.
Right. No, I know what you mean. That movie really puts you through the ringer. Like when it's over, you're like, you breathe a sigh of relief that it's over. That's how good and did you know this piece of trivia about that movie, by the way, is I forget the director, but he insisted they shoot in actual winter, like when DiCaprio has to fall in the river, like, and there's snow. That's not CGI. It is like legit winter. And the movie took so long to shoot, they ran out of winter. I think they were in Canada, and it started to become spring and summer. So the director had the whole cast and crew shipped down to the southern hemisphere where winter was just starting. And they shot down there in South America. And it just felt
and that
real.
was one of those movies where I think I watched it once and I don't know that I'll ever watch it again. Like, not because it wasn't good, but I just can't handle the intensity.
I hear you. Good point. Okay, let's go to actresses. Some ladies that are in the movies. Let's see. In what movie did Sandra Bullock win the Academy Award for Best Actress?
Oh, Sandy. She crushed it in Speed. No.
No. 2009, if that helps.
2009. Miss Congeniality. No. Man, what would she have won an Academy Award for?
Remember that? Did you ever see that thriller where you can't use your eyes? You have to be blinded all the time?
Oh, the one on Netflix?
That was a good one. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I like that one.
Man, I can't even think of.
It has to do with
who was in it with her? Who was in it with her?
I don't know, but it had to do with football.
Oh yeah, The Blind Side.
Yes, The Blind Side.
When she was blonde, Sandra Bullock. Yeah. Secretly, I kind of wish that Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves would have just got married after Speed.
Yeah. What character is played by Reese Witherspoon in the 2005 movie Walk the Line?
June Cash.
Yes, June Carter Cash. Halle Berry won Academy Award for Best Actress in this 2001 movie.
Monster. No.
Monsters Ball.
Yeah, I was like, it's not just Monsters Ball. Yep, I remember that.
I didn't even know of that movie. So that's
Wasn't
good.
the creepy guy in it with her? I don't like him.
I've never seen it. Never heard of it.
Who is the actor in it with her? He's such an odd Billy Bob Thornton. He's so weird.
He is weird.
He's so weird.
He's so weird.
Sorry if you're watching Billy Bob, but you're weird.
He's weird. Any guess as to what Robert De Niro's middle name is?
Francis. Robert Francis.
No, but you're on the same train of thought. It's very Italian.
Ricardo.
No. Anthony, or as the Italians say, Antony.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Robert Anthony De Niro. Okay, how about this? What is the name of the character Tommy Lee Jones plays in No Country for Old Men? Great movie. Have you seen that?
Yes, that is a great movie.
With the bad guy is so creepy.
Yes, and Antonio, is that Antonio Banderas? Who plays that creepy guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember. I only saw that movie once because also too intense for me. For my little Abby Hart.
It's too intense. No, it's not Antonio Banderas. It's somebody like him.
Yeah. No, Antonio Banderas.
Javier Bardem.
Yes.
And and he said the scariest thing. He said he got in character. Really, he truly became the bad guy when they gave him that haircut. Like for reals. He's like, the haircut was the scariest thing about that character, and it's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't remember. It's hard to remember the character's name. Tommy Lee Jones played.
Yeah.
Ed Tom Bell. Ed Bell.
I would not know that.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that either. Back to Lenny DiCaprio. Leonardo played in the movie Howard Hughes. He played Howard Hughes. What was the movie where he portrayed Howard Hughes?
Wolf on Wall Street?
No.
I don't know. Howard Hughes. I don't know.
Remember, one of the things Howard Hughes was sort of known for? Eccentric millionaire.
I don't know.
He made his own plane. It was the Aviator, 2004.
Oh, I don't think I ever saw that one. I was busy in 2004.
Yeah, you were.
I was busy.
Of course. Okay, one final for all the marbles. This is it.
Okay.
Should be pretty easy. Come on. Academy Award for Heath Ledger in Best Supporting Role. What movie? 2008.
Batman.
Well, what was it?
Returns. Batman Begins.
It was a Batman. Yeah, it was one of them Batman.
Forever. The Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight. You got it. Okay. Fantastic. Abby, you did really well. Really great.
Thank you.
You crushed
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck there at the Foster training, retraining, recertification.
Yes.
I'll bring you a cat.
Yeah. I'll bring my allergy pills.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Ask Gabby. She did really well. It's October, the 8th month of the year. Not really, thanks to January and February. Let's take a break. Coming right back with Renee Jean on the show. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know.
but we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Yeah, it's Renee Jean joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Renee, we just had the governor on, and he was so excited about this company related. This company coming to Cheyenne with a big data center, and boy, they're making a lot of promises. The governor was happy that they came not only not asking for money, but giving out money for housing. Holy cow, Mayor Patrick Collins was excited about that surprise announcement, and the announcement that these guys understood that what we don't like about data centers is they're thirsty, they take a lot of water, and they're hungry for energy. They take a lot of electricity. They've addressed these things in a pretty good way. I mean, this checks all the boxes. A win-win-win-win. Should I be I hate to look a gift horse in the mouth, but this sounds really good for Wyoming.
Yeah, it's just yet another data center landing in Cheyenne. They've got positive momentum now. Microsoft is here, Meta is here. CoreWeave is not a bit player in the AI data center sector either. They are a big deal. This facility is not the biggest one, not going to be the biggest one in Wyoming. 302 megawatts is the max. We do have bigger ones that are coming aboard, 1.2 gigawatts, 1.8 gigawatts. But CoreWeave is a pretty big deal in the sector. So it's significant that they are coming here. And I think it's interesting. Data centers have gotten the memo. People don't want to use up all the water on these data centers. Water in the West is precious. And so they're not using water. They're using a different liquid substance. It's a closed loop. They'll have air chillers to take that heat off of that liquid. And so it's not a water intensive process. In fact, he said the bathrooms in the facility will use more water than the data center itself. So I think that's pretty interesting in and of itself. That they're rethinking their designs to be less thirsty. I did that story on the Evanston rather, data center. That one also uses alternatives to avoid using drinkable water. That one actually pulls water from below the drinking aquifers way down. Think oil and gas, how it brings up produced water. That's the kind of water he's using to cool his facility. And that water circulates up and then goes right back down where it came from. So just interesting how these data centers are really looking at different ways to do things. And in some cases, they're even building their own power, not planning to connect to the grid at all. Because, quite frankly, the wait time to get on the grid is like 5 or 6 years. These guys are in the race of their lives. They're not willing to wait. So they are looking at more expensive options like building their own gas turbines and providing their own electricity.
While I do have some trepidation over AI and the whole future there, I'm put at ease by companies like this, related companies. Jeff Blau, CEO, who sounds like he's doing everything right. He gets it. He understands the knock on data centers, and he's addressed it in a forward kind of way. He even whipped out, as you explained, like he said, "Oh, and by the way, I'm probably speaking out of turn, but here's $3.5 million for housing in Cheyenne." Holy cow!
That was interesting, and that was not a planned.
Right.
That was not a planned thing. It happened because of a dinner conversation the night before. And Reliant, though, has done a lot in the affordable housing area. across the country, they have been building affordable housing. And so I guess it wasn't a big deal for them to just get out their checkbook and say, hey, Cheyenne, here you go. Here's $3.5 million to build your 184 unit affordable housing. The thing about that is, so people who who need that, need a lower rent, that's going to help 184 families find that. And then whatever units they were living in, the more expensive units, those are still available. So it does open up, a little bit of movement, I guess would be the way to put it, in the housing area. But Cheyenne's going to need a lot more than a couple hundred units. They're going to be short 7,000 units by 2030, according to the studies they've done. So got a lot of room to grow housing that they need.
Yeah. Let's move around the state to Douglas. Bruce Winton, the new owner of an old saloon that traces its root back to the late 1880s, the White Wolf Saloon in Douglas. A lot's going to stay the same, just a few changes, says Bruce, but he's going to carry on some old traditions from that drinking hole.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. And I didn't know that at the time that I was there, that I could have brought a bullet to get a whiskey shot,
So cool. Yeah.
That is pretty cool, I think. But this bar is one of the cooler bars in Wyoming, I think. It started in 1887. That makes it the oldest saloon in Douglas and one of the older ones in the state as a whole. It started as a tent, and then Theodore Pringle kind of built up his bar around that. I think eventually he may have moved it to a new location or something like that, and then turned it into a permanent property. I'm not, too sure about that, but it's Douglas's oldest saloon, and it is still a saloon. Of course, what makes this bar cool are all the conversation starters inside, including Elvis the alligator. According to the previous owner, this came from the set of Miami Vice. It is a pretty cool alligator. I don't know how you would go about verifying a story like that, but it is an awfully cool artifact. And then the other artifact that I think is really cool is the dog. They have a stuffed dog in the very back of the bar. His name is Bud Weiser. And this came from an auction. The previous owner bought it at an auction. He didn't really want it, but the auctioneer basically forced him to buy it. The auctioneer was a coach. He really wanted this dog to find a new home for the family. And he knew that Carl Strode had this new bar that he was trying to fill up with artifacts. It's just like, this dog's perfect for your bar. I want you to bid on it. When Strode didn't bid on it, though, and he made this little motion, like, no, I don't want to. The guy's like, sold for $25.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with Budweiser. Well, he's yours.
Strode, but so Strode knew he'd been had. But then an hour later, these two girls come walking in the bar and they're like, hey, we're here for Bud Light. And Carl's like, oh yeah, I got cans, I got, bottles, I got draft. They're like, no, we mean the dog. The dog's name is Bud Light. And so that dog had belonged to their dad. They wanted to get a picture of it to show him that the dog had a new home. And the dog just happened to be sitting by a mannequin that looked exactly like their dad. So quite a story there.
Yeah, this saloon comes with all kinds of oddities on the walls, on the ceiling, everything but a pink elephant. You'll see that after you have a few shots, I think.
Well, after this, they'll probably see a pink elephant next, Jake.
Maybe. Hey, let's go to Eastern Wyoming College. They just had an event called Trucks Are for Girls. Everybody knows that. In an industry where just about 12% of your average one-armed jockeys there that rolling an 18-wheeler is a woman, it's a good idea to us. Maybe inspire the next generation of truck drivers. The industry needs drivers badly, whether women or not. Maybe the events like this are going to help in the long run. We'll find out years from now, but good idea.
I mean, I think it's interesting that only 12% of professional truck drivers are women. There are some safety studies that show women are more likely to follow the rules, less likely to engage in driving behavior that leads to accidents. So, women are good drivers. There's no reason that they couldn't be more of them in this profession, and yet there are only 12%. What's going on with that? Why is that? So this instructor's idea is just, hey, let's expose young girls to these trucks while they're still young and they're dreaming of, what they want to be someday. That changes every day, of course, when you're in grade school. But why shouldn't they dream about being a truck driver? These are good careers. They pay well. You get to travel. There's some good points about it for anybody who wants to be a truck driver, regardless of whether they're a guy or a girl.
Great story from Renee Jean. Finally, Renee, you've been telling us about this story. We knew it was coming. Pretty cool. You got the grand tour at Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic. They even showed you the Vector. Holy cow. There's not many at the Vector. They got one at the Real Mayo Clinic, and they got one at the Mayo Clinic of Wyoming. This Hoskinson, it's a cool facility and a pretty cool device that looks into your skin, dermatological device.
I have been trying to get a tour of this for more than a year.
Yeah.
I read about it somewhere and I was like, wow, that's really cool. I want to go up there and see that. But I somehow never could break through until just recently, finally managed to make that happen. And it was even beyond my expectations. I was expecting some cool things here, Jake. But I mean, tell me what hospital clinic in the country or even the world mixes frogs from the Amazon rainforest, fish from the Caribbean, the Egyptian Book of the Dead on the walls, artwork by, Vladimir Kush, internationally famous artist, really good artist, and just, all these different conversation pieces. They have an entire room devoted to infinity art. It's an immersion art experience. I would say that there's not many clinics in the world that combine all of that with state-of-the-art medical clinic equipment. The Vector is a good example. I use that because it's such a good example. There is the first one of those in the country was at the Mayo Clinic, and the second one is at this Hoskinson Clinic in Gillette. And Gillette's not, this big, huge metropolitan area. It's a town of about 33,000 people, so it's not tiny. But, it's a smaller community in the U.S., and now it has something that very few clinics have.
Well, Hoskinson putting art in state of the art, that's for sure. What a unique facility. Thanks, Renee, for introducing us to that place. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
We got to bounce. It's the end of our Thursday. Just like that, time is up. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. For now, everybody have a great Thursday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.